Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, everyone. So we are on Repro Hunters, episode 4. We are going to struggle our way through finding the repro to this crash that I've been investigating over the last like 8 hours of streaming time. And yeah, that's what's going to happen today. So, hey, Leo. I posted an update in the coding section of Discord here that I filed a bug. And unfortunately, I didn't have a minimal repro, and I recognize that. And I got a response saying, like, we need a minimal repro. So, totally understand. I get it. I wouldn't want to go investigate someone's like massive code base. So, what my plan today is, it's going to be like make a new repo, copy my code there, prune it down so that it's minimal, and then make another repo with the minimal repro so that I don't have the history of my game in there. And ideally, this shouldn't require any assets whatsoever. So this is going to take a while. This is what I feel like I should do as a user of Godot. It's open source software. I made a game with it already. I'd like to make this game and possibly future games with it. So this is what I see as like investment in the engine. And probably other people hit this too, and they're not going to be able to spend this time, or they won't have the know-how to do it. And for all I know, I get to the bottom of this and I'm like, oh, it's my fault. Although I don't think the engine should be crashing, even if it's my fault doing something. Because if it's my fault, it should show up in my stack traces. So let's get to work on this. We are going to probably just get rid of these things. Let's start with, let's name this like pruned SIABT. Yeah. Hey, Dolly. Morning. Best of luck. Thank you. Yeah, I do think I'm going to need it because I don't think this is going to be very easy to do. So we should probably copy practically everything here. And then, yeah, move a bunch of stuff around. We don't need this submodule. Let me just, how should I do this? Maybe I should just clone this repo over to here. Yeah, that might make the most sense. So let's get rid of this. Hey, Schwartz. Crashman. Crashman was in what, Mega Man 1, Mega Man 2? Megan Man. Mega Man 2, yeah. That's me. I get my robot armor today. So excited. All right. Actually, you know what? I do think it's best to just copy everything because I made a bunch of changes over here too. I wonder if we should just make a new branch and do it over here. That could also work. Yeah, that could also work. We should probably do that. All right, so let's delete all of these things. All right, so yeah, slightly new plan. Make a new branch to repro this in the SIABT repo. Prune it down, and then make another repo. Yeah, cool. All right, so maybe we check in what I've done so far. I don't know how much of this is actually important. I guess it doesn't really matter, and we'll figure it out as we go. Is anything changed here? I got rid of localizations. Yeah, let's just look through this. This doesn't matter. This is what, button sounds? We're going to delete this entire script. We're going to delete so much of this. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to delete so much of this. Oh, man. I can't wait to figure out what's doing this, though. And I really, really hope this helps the Godot team. I changed a lot in here. Yeah, let's just leave this for now. Starts in the farming game, play normally. Yeah, I'm going to just leave this as is. This stuff didn't really matter. GC collection count. I don't think this had anything to do with it. GC. Where's the other collection count? We don't need any of this. I'll prune it down later. Yeah. Hey, Pickle. Hey, T. What you working on today? Oh, yeah, I got to update the today command. Sorry, my bad. Today, Adam is trying to produce a minimal repro for the crash that he's been investigating over the last 8 hours worth of streaming. The one goal for today is to be able to include the repro in the issue he filed yesterday. The crash, yeah. I'll just leave it at that. I think that's good. But yeah, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's going to be quite the day. All right, anything else that we need to get rid of here? I have to prune all this stuff out too. Wait, what changed in this file? I don't see any changes. Oh, the new line at the end? Then just revert this. Roll back. All right, let me make a new branch. Git checkout dash B repro. What is this? Dash this. Sure. Okay, so all I'm going to do is just like check in what I have so far. Oh, you know what? Before we do this, let's go find... I wrote a whole bunch of stuff here. There was some for loop that I have. Shouldn't be that hard to find. Maybe it's this. Well, this is a piece of the puzzle. But this isn't everything. And maybe we can get rid of the verbose part here. And we'll put like commands of interest. This is just run it once. Where's my command to run it a bunch of times? I might have deleted it. Oh no, here it is. Yeah, so this is just run Godot 10 times and then quit. All right, let's try this. Hate bugs like this. They take so much time and energy, and for me, the fix is not rewarding in most cases. Well, the motivator for me here is that if we can figure out the bug, and yeah, nice, this worked. If we can figure out the bug and file it, it could potentially benefit lots of people, and those people might not have the know-how to be able to do this themselves. So what's like, I'm kind of a pawn. I think this is a Godot or yarn spinner bug, and I have a workaround. So like, I'll investigate, I'll get a minimal repro, but then like the Godot team or the yarn spinner team will probably come up with a fix, and then yeah, everyone benefits. So I'm not the direct result of everyone benefiting, or I don't directly produce that result. I mean, this will crash. Actually, we should figure out how often it crashes. It just crashed 1 out of 1 times. So let's run it a few times, because I don't know what the repro rate is. I think it's 50%. So we're 1 for 1 so far. Now we're 1 for 2. I'm gonna let it run like 5 times. I'm not gonna keep doing this. I just want to see. Okay, so 2 for 3. And since I don't feel like waiting, let's just call it after this one. So it'll either be 2 for 4 or 3 for 4. Let's find out. Yeah, that crashed too. So 3 for 4. So it's like a 75% repro rate right now. This crashed 3 out of 4 tries. So we know this repros it. And that's why I want to commit this on a new branch. And then at the end of this, switch back to main and delete my repro, whatever this thing is, branch. Okay, now we got to gut a lot. So we should start by getting rid of every other game. Like main should just be the thinnest possible section we can have through this. This is the only way I'm going to know how to do this. We don't need the audio system or the save system, so let's go start by deleting that. It's so weird tearing down the entire game. Yeah. And it's not going to be simple. It's not going to be fast. Pause menu in it. We don't need the pause menu or the cheat menu. I guess delete those two. We don't need a fade layer. We don't need this. We just need the subgame node. So delete all that stuff. Delete this. The title screen? We don't need the title screen either. Is the title screen even here? No. So is on title screen. We don't need that. Don't need any of that. This isn't needed. Validate everything. We don't need this. Hey, Goose. Unhandled input. This is for the sake of being able to show the pause or cheat menus. Yep, not anymore. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need that. This part's probably needed. Shouldn't be called testeroni though. And then we create the farm game and then terminate after a random time. So this stuff's still needed. Don't need a title screen. Don't need any of this register for GC stuff. Don't need that. Don't need this. On started game. What is this for? No, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Create farm game. Calls create sub game. We initialize it with stuff that we don't need anymore. On finished isn't going to be a thing. Swap to next game won't be a thing. Fade from black won't be a thing. Hey, bums. Stuck in broken crash repro. Well, we hopefully won't be stuck for too long. I hope we get out of this. So we don't need this. It doesn't need an ID. We don't need finish game. We don't need any of this stuff. So this doesn't need to be a sub game anymore. Farming game can just be a game. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, this won't work. Let's put this over here. I want to get everything down to just as simple as possible here. We don't need to instantiate this as anything in particular. It can just be a node. Well, wait, no, it can't just be. Well, yeah, it could actually be because farming game now doesn't have an init, right? Yeah. Or well, it has an init. I guess it might need this. So fine, this will be a farming game. All right. Now, why is this red? Farming game is not assignable to type node. Why not? It should be a node. Oh, because subgame inherited from node? Yeah. All right, we're going to knock out like 80% of this very quickly, and then the last 20% is going to take forever. And yeah. All right, and then maybe we can always just wait like 7 seconds here or 6 seconds even. Where did it crash? 6 seconds caused a crash. 8 seconds did not cause a crash. 10 caused a crash. And wait, didn't I run another one? Oh, I ran the other one just somewhere else. I don't remember where. Hey, ABC. All right, so yeah, maybe we can just set this to like 7 and delete this. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Yeah, New Hope. Not really New Hope exactly. I'm gonna make a minimal repro. That's it. I'm gonna figure out how to do this. Yeah. So here's the workaround. The rest of this stuff is probably fine. This we don't need. Testeroni. Okay, so this will be called like quick game. All right, so this is pretty small. We can delete all of these now, right? Remove unused directives in folder. Sure. Hey, Magnus. All right, so this won't run yet because I deleted a bunch of things from over here that I now need to like properly get rid of. So override the subgame ID shouldn't matter. Initializing with the audio system shouldn't matter. Yeah. Oh boy. All right, what else? There's some other system. Save system. Yeah, this shouldn't matter either. Oh boy. Yeah, all right. Lots to do. So in farming game for second time, this is not the case, right? Because we just do play normally. Yeah. So this can be deleted. Actually, on player went to bed can be deleted. On player went to bed. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna end up deleting a ton of code. Zones got initialized with the audio and save systems. All right, let's keep going. This should never matter. This stuff shouldn't matter. A thrown axe, you just shouldn't be able to throw an axe. Or a strawberry, or use the sickle, or any of this stuff. Yeah, shovel, none of this should matter. Okay. Yeah, great. We don't even need the player in the game, do we? Unless the player is relevant. I don't think they are. Where is the player? It's in each individual zone. So it's in the farm zone. So let's just get rid of them. And tutorial man and probably all this other stuff too. Animation player, character, collectibles, town transition, house, environment. We don't need any of that stuff. In fact, the farm zone doesn't even really need to exist, right? Problem is, I don't know if like there might be some timing thing that happens here. All right, let's not do too much at once. Load environment. Let's just not even call this. I want to see if it's still repros now because I've cut out a lot and that might be enough for it to just not repro anymore. It would be a bad thing. This will never matter. Yeah, you don't actually exit the house. So delete this. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Okay. So initialize starting state. We only need the part where it's played normally. And this did set this to true so that we'd call load environment. I don't know if that matters too. Let's just delete all this. The save system doesn't exist though, so I guess we delete that. 45 streams. If you're playing Stuck in a Broken Tutorial and in the end you have a screen with a repo and you have to delete a bunch of stuff from the repo, that would be fun. Be very meta. Every person who beats a game should file an issue in a random GitHub repo. It'll be an alternate reality game. All right, none of this stuff matters. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. All right, cool, great. Yep. Now, where else do we have bugs? Here's one. Here's one. Here's another. Here's another. And then there should be some other place. I'll just press F5 and we'll see what happens. Yeah, I didn't expect this to work. We want to delete the entire platformer game, but until that point, let's do that. Audio system equals null. I mean, nothing's going to call this code. I just want to get this to the point where it runs. We got to see if it's still crashing. This is going to have the exact same problems. There is no save system. Will it run? Nope. Yeah, I gutted too much stuff all at once. I mean, we kind of had to. So cheat menu shouldn't exist. Let's go delete it. Okay, good. Now we're at farming player. Farming player actually never gets instantiated. So we could probably delete this too, right? No, they get instantiated from other scenes though. All right, let's just gut this code then. So velocity, whatever. The velocity doesn't matter. We're just making it not break when I go to run this. Good. Just keep working through this list. I really, really hope this repros still. Because this is step 1. Steps 2 through 11, like I said, are going to be the hard part. All right, don't care about any of this. We don't care about these zones entirely. What else do we have? I'm just going to click random ones of these so that we can find other instances of problems here. Let's keep going. 185. My goodness. Yeah, that's crazy. We're at half a year now. Wow. Devotion to the stream. We could... Never mind. All right, lever and knit. I'm just deleting other random stuff here. None of this will matter. We're going to delete these entire files eventually. But like I said, even what I'm doing now, we might have accidentally removed the repro. So I got to do this one step at a time. Hey, Blub. Okay, we're close to getting it to run. There, now it should run. Surprise 2-minute stream. I think you can still watch VODs and like come back somehow. I don't know how it works exactly. All right, so town transition region. We don't even have this anymore. Just delete it. We just need this to run. That's all. It doesn't even need to crash yet. Although ideally it does, but not from this sort of thing. Yeah, I deleted a lot. Yeah, 24 hours to save it. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know that it needs saving though. I guess that's the issue. All right, so there is a node not found here, but does it crash when it exits? As long as it crashes, we're okay. It didn't this time, but it doesn't crash all the time. So let's go figure out the rest of these. House wasn't found. Animation player wasn't found in farm zone. Animation player. I guess just delete the rest of these, which then means we delete this. Tutorial man, collectibles node. Yeah, none of that should have mattered. All right, so does this crash? We need it to crash at least like half the time. And yeah, it is not crashing right now. Because I wonder if we already deleted whatever's causing it to crash. We shouldn't have. I think this is related to Yarn Spinner, and that part's still there. No crash. So I've tried 3 times now, so this is actually the 4th time. To figure out which commit the problem originated. Not quite which commit, but like exactly the smallest amount of code we need to repro this. And what's funny is I didn't really delete the core part of the repro here, and yet it's not crashing anymore. And this is exactly why the Godot team needs a minimal repro, because it's not obvious to me what's causing this. Like, I deleted a bunch of audio system stuff. The audio system might be important here. It might be like the audio system registers a connection or keeps a handle to something. Or yeah, I don't know. But already we've cut out the crash. And I tried deleting like the minimum I could. Yeah, it hasn't crashed once. So whatever I just deleted is important for the repro. Or it's important for the timing, I guess. Like maybe the bug is still there and it's just less obvious now. Now, granted, I did cut through a lot of code. You can see all the changes up here. But I think the important part, is what was happening in the farming stuff. I mean, maybe it was deleting the cheat menu for all I know. Yeah, maybe there was something in here that mattered. It'd be almost impossible to get bin searches. Yeah, it would be. Like, we could figure out which commit added it, but then I'm not... Well, actually... Yeah, it would be tedious, but I guess we could. We could figure out which commit introduced this. Because that's what get bisect is for. But we'd still need to narrow it down. It might be worth doing that. I guess I'll write that down as like paths I can take. Could do a git bisect to figure out which commit added this. I would just need to keep adding in the code to force quit after 7 seconds. Hey, David. Hey, big doggy. I don't think it's bisect time, because I don't think this is really gonna, like, it's gonna be some commit. Well, if it's like the commit that adds a cheat menu, I guess then maybe it'd be obvious. But otherwise, I think it's gonna be some like, well, I added yarn spin to their project, and it's like, yeah, okay, that's what we think caused it. And then test 10 times each. So yeah, it would take a decent amount of time to do that. But we do know that I've already cut it down. Like I already know that somewhere in the code I've deleted, we have gotten rid of the problem. So now we need to selectively add things back in. It's interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. All right, so let's go through all the diffs and rule out what we think couldn't have anything to do with. So I'm going to say the audio system and audio typewriter. Yeah, this is in the architect office, so this shouldn't matter at all. So let's rule that out. In fact, let's do it this way. Let's go do git status, pb copy, paste this over here. So these are all the files that we've changed, and we just looked through architect office. So we're going to mark that one as done. This one is probably not the issue. And let me move that to the top now. All right, next let's look at main. TSCN. What changed in here? Main. We got rid of the save system, the audio system, the pause menu, and the cheat menu. We could add the pause and cheat menus back in, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. So let's go restore that scene. Roll back. And let's look at main, the corresponding stuff that we had here, and I guess put all this back to what it was. Thing is, I deleted quite a lot. I just want the pause and cheat menus. Let's just go get those. Pause and cheat. Pause and cheat. Pause and cheat. Okay, and then didn't I delete the code for the... Oh, what's going on? I need this to be visible. There. Didn't I delete the code for the cheat menu? Yeah, so we got to restore this too. All right, now main.cs will have a problem finding these things. And then init won't take in an audio system anymore. And there is no return to whatever. So delete that, delete all the button sound stuff. Although for all I know, that was important. Let's try running this. It should run. It doesn't run because we don't have this now. Yeah, this is another thing I guess we get rid of here. I mean, for all I know, the cheat menu contents mattered. And that I'm not properly doing things if I'm trying this way. No argument given for what? Oh, yeah, I meant to do that. All right, so now it should build. Yep. Does it crash? Because if so, we just narrowed it down quite a lot. All I did is put in the pause and cheat menus again. And we're not even using them. So it has not crashed now, but let's go find this. So title 4. I'd be pretty surprised if this had something to do with it. Because the way that the game is structured right now, there's a main script that is responsible for loading the game. That main script also has the pause screen and the cheat menu. We're never using the pause screen or the cheat menu. So it should have no impact on this. Now, one thing I also gutted from here is all the audio system stuff. That should also have no impact on this because we're not doing anything with the audio. It should never be playing any files. In fact, I'm not touching my computer at all right now. Like it's not like hovering over a button and oh, it makes a sound. Like we're not clicking buttons. We're not hovering over buttons. But obviously something changed this because it used to repro 75% of the time and now it's been 0 over the course of 20 trials. Well, it hasn't quite been 20 yet, but still it's been 0. So yeah, it hasn't crashed at all. And I don't think this needs to keep running. If it was a 75% chance and it's now 0, that's probably good enough. Let's just let this one finish. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so just Control C out all this. So it's something else in here. What could it be? See, I don't think it's the cheat menu. Where is that? Cheat menu. Yeah, here. I don't think it's this or this. I don't think it's the changes to main. It's probably not the platformer player. Why even would it be? Yeah, I don't think so. So was it the farming scene somehow? What did we delete? I wanna... Door area, tutorial man, town transition region. I wonder if it's somehow to do with the animation player. Maybe... Well, let's restore this. And let's see what this was trying to control. Because maybe it had... It probably didn't do anything with the dialogue, though, right? Yeah, reload. All right, so in the farm zone, animation player, what do we have here? Tutorial man, animated sprite. No, it never modifies the dialogue stuff directly. It calls a function start dialogue, but we never run these animations, so it probably won't matter. But yeah, I got to be a little bit more delicate about how I do this. Let's just try running now. It runs. Does it crash? It's probably not the changes to the scene file. It's not related to the size of some collection. I mean, we should find it, even if it is. I don't think this is going to be easy to hunt down, but eventually, like even this, I've already made it so that the crash doesn't happen. So we know it's in some subset of these changes. I'll let this run one more time. And then I'm going to conclude that we have not found it. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just move on from this. That's fine. All right, so it probably isn't the farming scene. I don't think it's a platformer scene because we're not even in the platformer. So I'm gonna just mark these things as not being needed. Could be any of these. Did I do this? Let's close out of this. I don't want to keep opening the wrong version of Godot. And then why is this here? There. Okay, so farm zone. I didn't modify farm game, did I? This isn't the farm game. I typed farm game, didn't I? How is it finding this when farming game is like a way better match? Strange. Okay, no, I did not delete the zones from here. I did delete a bunch of code, though, in farming game. We should probably go look at that. So not being a sub game, I don't think should matter. Okay, this is interesting. I don't think this matters either, but I'll just put a pin in that for now. The interesting part is that what if some listener doesn't get detached and I don't know. There's some like dangling reference to something. That's what we know. Player went to bed. Yeah, this code should have never been invoked. Shouldn't have mattered. We just don't initialize with the audio system and the save system. That was like the big change that I did here. Yeah, none of the rest of this code should have really had an impact. This changed a bit, but our code flow should have been going through play normally, which then would have set this thing to true, which down here would have called these couple of things, which we're still doing. Yeah, I don't think there'd be a problem there. Then we got rid of a bunch of functions. Maybe what I should have done is I could stash these changes and see, did we ever play a sound? Like, could sound have something to do with it? Because the save system itself that we've deleted is it's like 3 Booleans. Yeah. So it's not like this cannot be a problem. But how we used it might have been a problem. But I don't think the save system could have anything to do with it. The audio system might, and I don't really see any other big changes here. If we just do git diff and just take a quick look, it's like gutting the audio system. This is fine. We got rid of the... It's only if you press a certain key. We got rid of the listeners from that. That probably shouldn't matter. Yeah, return to title screen, use the cheat menu. We didn't touch any of that stuff. This I just renamed. I deleted the garbage collection code I was using to test. Nah, none of that should have mattered. On started game. On started game. Let me go take a look at that. What's going on? Oh, where'd the search bar go? What? That was weird. I think I pressed slash too quickly. So what called this? Create title screen? And the title screen knew when you started a game. I still have the title screen code, don't I? Started game. This is only when you click the button. Yeah. This shouldn't have mattered. Okay, so that's probably fine. Create sub game. We now load the specific sub game, add it. We no longer initialize with an audio system. Everything's kind of pointing to that the audio system is important here. Hey Jez, happy 50 streams. Wonder why it would be important if we don't ever use it. It's like the existence of it matters? Or it's a red herring? Does any of that stuff matter? No, that looks fine. Swap to next game. Do we still do that stuff? Swap to next game. This was when we did it through the cheat menu. When we finished a game, which we didn't do any of that stuff. I did not cheat and I did not finish a game. And that's it. So no, we must not have used that code. All right, so now this no longer inherits from subgame. Subgame only had, yeah, some like really basic functions and values here. Probably didn't matter. But maybe the farming game inheriting from a non-Godot node mattered? Does farming game need to inherit? I mean, yeah, all right, inherit from subgame still. I should just rule out all of my logic here. I should just test things and just figure it out by doing. Who cares what my hunches are? We're just going to delete and add code until something works. That's it. So yeah, there are only two things I can think of right now. Removing the audio system and changing the scene hierarchy. Because none of this other stuff should matter. And that's pretty much all we did. Unless it's some like... No, I don't think so. Any other changes here? It's literally just this the whole time? Yeah. It's just that. And I deleted this. This might have been important. Farm zone. Let's go put that back in. Yeah. Just revert this whole file. And what else? Well, tutorial man won't exist. I need to revert the scene change if I made one. No, I did revert it already. Does anything else matter here? This is still farm zone, which means that we're fine. This is also fine. Town change slightly, shouldn't matter. So yeah, that's it. Audio system and inheritance. Those are the remaining changes, right? And button sounds dot bind, which was empty code. So I'm going to assume that that's fine. And that's it. Okay, yeah. So it's got to be one of those two things. So only two things I haven't tested. Does the existence of the audio system matter? So let's go run this again. Just make sure that from a baseline, we didn't do anything wrong here. The save system, I don't care about this. This also uses the save system. We would have had this set to the second one. Actually, maybe this would have changed. I'm not certain. Yeah, I'm not certain about this. Would we have called load environment twice? Because could that be relevant here? Hey, Cotter. This is always on the environment. All right, how about this? Let's just assume this is true. Delete this. And try running again. We don't have that many things we can change. So, yeah, farm zone load environment. I could add this as another like hunch we should look into. Why is this not doing anything? There we go. All right, that and there. Cool. So now it should launch. Now, does it crash? I don't think it's going to crash. And we'll let this run a bunch of times. So no crash. Now, if it did crash, and I should always at least say this to myself here. Let's run this like 3 times. If it does crash, then it means that the farm zone had the problem. Because that's the only thing I changed. But any change I make could just be affecting the timing of what is really the problem that is always present. We'll never know for sure. But yeah, this is not happening right now. So yeah, my 200s are still my 200s. And then the only other potential thing it could be is farm zone has a load environment. Farm zone dot load environment may have been called twice. Once with... I deleted the thing. Yeah, so I forgot the name of this. Is in farm game for a second. This one. Once with this equal to true, and once with this equal to false. All right, so this ran 3 times, and... Yeah, this looks good. Yeah, this ran 3 times and did not crash at all. Why not run the original under a debugger and set some breakpoints? So this is a native code, and I did actually do some native debugging yesterday and set some breakpoints and watch points and everything. And then I filed the issue with that information, but it was hard to figure out like what exactly in my code is causing the native code to mess up. And yeah, that's not something you can just set a breakpoint through Rider and go look into. So it's a very, very tricky bug that is, yeah, I don't even know what the minimal repro is going to look like. But the next thing, so does this need to inherit from subgame? Let's go try that out. So sub game has some stuff over here. Farm game. Can you link that issue? Yeah, it's in the today command. There you go. Farm game. Let's inherit from sub game. This might complain now. No, it actually didn't. But doesn't it need one of these? I didn't make a sub game ID. Huh. There. And anything else? That should just be it. If this causes the crash, this is significant. Also, this is very easy to test. Unable to start build, another build is running. What? Cancel build isn't doing anything. We've never seen this before. What's going on here? Whoop. What? I don't even know how to fix this. Oh, it just fixed itself, I guess. That was strange. I think something got stuck. All right, it builds. So all I've done now is change it from inheriting from a node to inheriting from subgame. I don't know why this would have an impact on the repro, but leave no stone unturned. So let's go try it. Now the audio system that we make is mine, which wraps an audio stream player. Technically, I deleted something else over here too, right? Just let that run. I changed something else in subgame. What is this? Oh, subgame had the audio system. Yeah, I'm beginning to think that's important. I mean, there's no other conclusion I can come to, right? Because I didn't make any other changes. It's got to be that. It's just strange because it has no connection to the dialogue runner, does it? I mean, that's not maybe entirely true. I set up a callback from Yarn Spinner to show the strawberry when you have it in the game. And that code happens here. Where is it? It's called a command. Oh no, I commented it all out. Yeah, so never mind. That probably doesn't matter. I was going to say this probably shows the strawberry and plays a sound, I think. We can go find out. But it doesn't matter because it's not being called. Yeah, it does. Yeah. And I thought maybe there's some like we capture an audio system in a closure but no. All right, well the next thing, so it's not this. It's not just this at least. It's got to be the audio system. So let's go put the audio system back in the game. Let's find out what in the world's going on here. Audio system. Go get that. So now when we initialize the game, which is like way down at the bottom here. Yeah, we're going to initialize it with the audio system now. All right. Dump a full stack trace of the native code. So it's not... The thing that's weird about this is imagine something like this. Like I have a function, I don't know, like foo, and it sets cause bug equal true. And then later on some like, let's just say a game loop or something, it says if cause bug, then yeah, like throw an exception or something like that. So I can put a breakpoint here, but it's like, oh, we just see that a condition is true. And this could be set anywhere in the code base. Like anywhere could call cause bug equals true. Crashing in the cleanup code. It's crashing in the cleanup code because of a state that was set prior to that. There's still a reference kept around to a C# script, and we shouldn't have that reference. And something is keeping that reference around, and it's just so difficult to figure that out. So one of the things I did yesterday is I looked at all of the reference and unreferenced calls and like paired their stack traces and then tried to find the one where it wasn't being unreferenced. And even that is potentially not indicative of the real problem. And this is why this is so difficult. Yeah. So I'm just going to try from my code figuring out like what's needed here. A finalizer could be failing. If it were failing, I would expect it to assert somewhere in a non-optimized dev build. And the only assert that I got was the one that I put in the bug. So I don't think it's failing. Plus, I mean, I didn't see anything in the log saying that it was failing. Although, yeah, I don't know. It's just, this is quite a challenge. And I'm not saying I'm going about this in the best way. I'm trying to do what I can here. And I think this should reveal the issue. That may be a C# exception, not a native crash. What I'm saying is the exception would have printed somewhere, and it didn't print anywhere. So, yeah, it could mean that something is silently catching the exception, but I don't know what would be doing that. It's like it wouldn't be engine code. Engine code wouldn't just silently catch an exception. They'd probably print something, and it wouldn't be my code because I don't have a silent exception catcher. All right, so farming game. May want to run with both debuggers running. I'm not sure what that would help with though. Like this is just a native crash. If there's anything that was worth debugging on my side of the game, I would see it somewhere. All right, this gets initialized in the base, so actually technically sub game has this. Also, for what it's worth, I feel like we're pretty close to figuring something out here. Like the audio system seems like it's important, and this is the only thing I'm about to change right now. Audio system equals that. There we go. Also, please don't check my messages if you can help it. .NET SOS if you can get that to work. Yeah, I did not test that route yet. Probably invisible in CodeGen code. But even CodeGen code, it's like, why would they generate something with an exception handler that silently catches it? Like, presumably, even in their CodeGen code, they would just throw an exception if something goes wrong. That's why I don't think a finalizer is failing. And especially because they wouldn't know the lifetime of the finalizer to know that your game is still running. They just throw the exception, right? All right, so it says virtual, but nothing's calling into it. Yeah. So that is where we go into farm game init base.init. All right, so now we're saving a reference to an audio system, but we're never using it. And now this is going to break because we don't initialize this with an audio system. But I think we can just delete the platformer game altogether. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Just delete the whole file. That's going to break a lot of other stuff. So let's just try running this. Actually, Fever Dream game and platform game, these two, just delete them all. I don't think these should be relevant to the code base. So we don't need this stuff now. This is for the sake of cheats. We don't need this. Can we run this? The name player does not exist. Cheat teleport player. What is this? Platformer? Yeah, I don't care about this stuff. We'll just delete it. We're not even in this game, so this shouldn't matter. All right, so now I kind of expect that the crash could come back. I don't know for sure. All we've done is add a reference to an audio system. And I guess the creation of it might matter too. We are creating it, right? No, I'm not creating it. Never mind. Hang on. I gotta go do that. Main. Hey, Phil. How you doing? Audio system. Here it is. Oh, I deleted it from the scene, I'm pretty sure. Do I still have those changes? I put it back in the scene. I put it back in the scene. All right, I got to make sure to build this. So now we have a reference to the audio system passed into another game and then initialized to its base class. Which, again, sort of reasonable world here is nothing would actually cause this to crash, but it is the only other change that I made, really. Now I'm not calling any functions on audio system. I think I cut all those out. So we might need to put those back in too. There's something I noticed that was unusual yesterday, which is that in farm game, we have these input functions. And despite that this is never called, its existence seemed to matter. I'm going to revert these. I should actually revert pretty much everything that had a call to the audio system in here. Farming game. All right. Yeah. Yeah, and some of these went away too. I mean, it should have never been code that was executed, but maybe it was important somehow. Anything else? We'd initialized the zone of the audio system too. All right, fine. Zone.init. Set farming game, audio system, audio system. Just put this code back to where it was. Revert. Delete that. Revert this. Delete that. That was all the code that was reverted there. Okay, yeah. Any other calls? I want the diff of this. Okay, good, good. Doesn't matter. Yeah. None of this stuff mattered. A lot of it was commented out anyway. Then player planted seed, watered tile, used shovel. None of this was actually used. And then do we get to any other changes here? Player exited house wasn't used. This wasn't used. Player entered community center. Yep, none of this stuff mattered. Maybe this one mattered? I don't know. Let's put that back. I don't think so, though. You don't even start inside your house, do you? No, I do now because I made a different change yesterday. Zoom camera out. Oh, I wonder if any of that was being used. On played sound. Let's put this back in. I don't think this mattered. And that's pretty much it. For what it's worth, I think there are pretty good odds that by the end of today, we've produced some like minimal-ish repro. But I think the path to getting there might be a little bit annoying. But I feel like we're close to something here. If I revert all of my code, all of my changes right now, the game will crash. So we already know there's some difference between what I have and what I had that is important. But as I mentioned a little while ago, this is somewhat of a race condition, and that race may be changed by any code that we have. So like calling gd.print hello world could be the difference between this crashing and this not crashing, but that doesn't mean there's a problem with gd.print hello world. Yeah, so I've run this 6 times now. That was 5 right there, and then 1 through the editor, and it didn't crash at all. So there's still some difference that's important here. I just need to find it. I don't think the save system would have mattered. This is in the cheat menu. Yeah, let's go put this back in. Which now means we need to change how main works. So that it initializes the cheat menu with the audio system. When we code changes the course drastically. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm going to put this back too. I guess we save this off. Audio system equals audio system. This should be... Oops. I meant to click that. There we go. This should be the same as what we had. It's not quite, and I'm not sure why. Just because it was in a different section? Wait, no, we didn't have the audio system here? Oh, we didn't. How would this have... No, we did. We just didn't save it. We didn't need to save it. I wonder if that was relevant. Maybe we should put this stuff back to what it was. Settings screen init. Did I change main nuts? Yes, I did. Will this run? What if that was the difference? Man, that'd be kind of crazy. But like I said, any of this could point to, oh, this code is important, and it turns out it's just important for the sake of timing. I don't know how we'll figure that out. Yeah, file in the issue on Godot. And what else? Realize that if this is timing based, it's possible that they still can't repro it. And none of my code actually matters. That might have caused an exception right there because I pressed space accidentally. It didn't. Also, it didn't crash at all. So there's still some other change that we have here. Oh, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. This is fine. I don't think that should matter. The lever got initialized with or without the audio system. I mean, sure, just put it in. What do I care? Yeah. Same thing with this. Just put all the audio system calls back in. And here, I'll just put the one. You have another machine you can test on once you have a repro to be sure that it's not machine dependent. I have a Windows machine I could test on, and I guess I could do this on the Steam Deck, although both of those would be pretty tedious, and especially tedious while I'm streaming. But I could do it, yeah. Going to end up with the original code and it no longer crashes? No, the original code will definitely crash. But hey, life's faded. Yeah, that would be a shame if that's what happened. All right, player.init. I'm gonna put the audio system back in everywhere. We're gonna figure this out. Then put this back in. And then put this back in. Let's say you would still have worked at your previous employer and had this kind of bug. How would the process of finding this bug be different? So at my previous employer, I could involve other people and like share responsibility. Here, there's no one else who's working on this project who would have the like, I don't know, like same level of responsibility or knowledge about this. So the Godot people are the closest ones, but they kind of mentioned right in the issue. And again, I don't blame them for this at all. Like, you can't take on the responsibility of just sharing your entire game and being like, okay, find the bug now. So yeah, that would be the big difference. Here through the stream, it's like people can make suggestions, but without having the code base, it's like I then become a proxy for, okay, go try all these things that someone in chat might suggest. And maybe the person in chat is exactly correct and all those things work, but it's just, it's a challenge to do this. And then to like, you know, someone else would then come in and be like, well, have you tried this? And I'll be like, well, hold on, I'm still pursuing the thing from the first person. And I have an idea too of how I want to pursue this. So I may as well be someone in chat who is feeding those suggestions to me as a person. So yeah, it's not easy to find this stuff, and it's probably not easy to watch someone try to find this stuff. But it'll be satisfying once it's been found. All right, so I think I looked through all of this already. Yeah, I did. And then I got down to here. And this is farming player. We've done this correctly. Good. This shouldn't matter. This, I guess we're going to put back in, but we never use this. We never use this. We never use this. You know, there's one other potential for a problem here. I don't know. I'm just going to put all this back. All right, what is this? Main.cs. I should have already done everything I needed to do here, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about this file anymore. And then that's it. Yeah. So, oh, wait, no, that's not entirely it. There are these two things as well. These are for platformer player. So that probably just caused a problem. Okay, let's press F5. I think there's going to be one problem with an initializer. No, there isn't. Okay. I guess there's nothing's calling that code anymore. So now I expect the crash to be back. I just don't get how it would be. Because all I did is plumb this code through in calls that never actually caused it to get used. And the only other thing I could think is that loading the scene. No, I don't load the scenes at runtime though. And it's not crashing anyway. Maybe we should randomize the timing a bit. Yeah. I probably should. I mean, I don't know if this is going to cause the problem to show up again, but it's not crashing here. I'm not going to let this, well, I might as well let it finish now. But let's go back into here, 7.4. Just change this back to this. And then build this and run it again. Is it like auto building? What's going on? Build completed. So now it's going to wait a random time. So it was 7.4 something before this. Now it's 7.9. It'll be 5. It'll be 10. PRW. Probably have more people throwing hours at it for one. Yeah, that too. Just like giving someone access to the code and being like poke around at this. They might have a different strategy. They might stumble on something randomly. Yeah. The other thing too is if this started crashing now, which it hasn't yet, we might have gotten the crash earlier had we varied times. Although it consistently happened when I was doing it originally. What else is different in this change? How about this? Let's try something. Let's do git stash. So now we have no changes. Good. I'm going to build this. And we're going to run it again. And just make sure nothing weird happened here. Now it should definitely crash because this is the code I started with. And when I say definitely, I mean over the course of at least like 3-4 runs, it should have a crash in there. This is even running the... Yeah, there it is. It crashed. Yeah. Okay, so just making sure there wasn't any like weird thing going on here. So we know all that proves is that without any of these changes, it will crash. So one of these changes caused it to not crash. And like I deleted entire games worth of data here, but it was stuff that wasn't being used at all. Man, maybe having... I'm trying to think of how this works. Godot doesn't even try to load these scenes until you have them in a scene tree somewhere or you instantiate it through code. And I do neither of those. Unless there's some run, like at startup, I don't know why I would do this. No, yeah, I don't know why I would do that. Which actually now makes me wonder, what happens if we export the game in its crashing state? Would it still crash? Like, does this have to do with running a debug build versus a release build? We could try it. Yeah, we could just try it. Yeah, so git stash. And then export. Export project. Save. Export. Yep. Great. Okay, now we go find that. It is game out Mac. So delete this. Wait for this part to finish. This takes some time. Should be done pretty soon, though. Why is this taking so long? Huh, that's strange. Okay, well, now we start this. And then we go run it. CD into that. Contents, Mac OS. Stuck in a broken tutorial. This should just automatically quit after like 8 seconds or something, right? Yeah, nice. Okay, I'm going to try running this a few times and just make sure that this crashes. I don't know if it will. There might be something different between the debug and the release builds. It did not crash there. But yeah, an ad break is about to start, so I'll let those run, and then I will take my own break. Okay, this is interesting. It doesn't look like it crashes on the release build. Yeah, strange. All right, well, I need to take my break, so yeah. All right. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Hey, TJ. Hey, Budget Jim. Close the game. Okay. So where we left off is this doesn't crash on a release build. At least not when I ran this a few times. Doesn't crash on a release build. Or like it, yeah, a release build. If I export it. Yeah, okay. Well, let's run this in a for loop so that I don't have to keep doing this. And then what I need a semicolon and done. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Then there are a couple potential reasons for that. One, as I've been mentioning over and over, is that it could just change the timing of things. And sure enough, when I did this on an unoptimized dev build, I think I had to run it way more times. So making it slower or making it faster could cause this to happen. And two is that they might run different code paths entirely. Like they could have, put an if def and a debug flag or something. So yeah, it doesn't happen at all, it seems. How many times have I run this so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 5. So 10 times. And yeah, no crashes. And this is without my code changes. I tested 10 times and didn't get a crash. This is what makes this so difficult. To the point where I can now self-report. Oh yeah, I don't I know that this happens and I never figured out why exactly. I have two different tokens in the bot and I think something gets cached wrong and it uses the wrong one. But yeah, it wasn't ever worth fixing. There aren't a lot of people chatting on YouTube anyway. And I don't know if the ones who do expect there to even be a bot running. So we're back to this where we know that something in here caused this to change and I don't know what. And it's not just having a reference to an audio system. But I've done so little here now to change how the code runs that I just don't see a meaningful difference anywhere. Get subgame cheats. Let me take a look at that. Subgame cheats. How did this work? Populate. So this is when you switched games. So this is technically different code. Yeah, there's nothing calling it now. But there was something calling it originally. Populate. Wait, what? Nothing called this? What? Hey, Chili. Oh, no, one more match. Oh, man, I always miss that. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is when we open a subgame. All right. This could be interesting. So let's go try this. All right. So yeah, subgame cheat. So we put this back in. We delete this. We needed to actually call this code, which would have been done through main, I believe. We used to instruct the cheat menu here, I think. Requested subgame change, not that. This is it. No, this is one of the cases. Hey, Cruddlefish. No, there's something wrong here. We call open. This is only called through here. When you press the cheat button. So we don't even populate it until you open the menu. Interesting. How's it going? Closer to finding the reason? I think I'm slightly closer. We're at the point now. Here's where we stand. It's just a quick summary. If I stash all of these changes, my code will crash. While I have these changes, my code will never crash. So something in these changes is causing it to not crash. Did you rule out all capturing delegates yet? Not all of them, no. And the thing I'm trying to figure out now is, am I correct about this whole, like, the cheat menu never even populated until you called open on it? And yeah, that seems to be what's happening. Let me continue to look through this. I mean, we could put this code back. This is all practically the same. This shouldn't matter. So this is, I mean, maybe we just put this in here too. And then put the farming game code back in. Play step sound. Here it is. All right, I just want this function back in. This didn't even do anything. Yeah, this didn't even do anything. All right, let me try building this and running this now. You know what would be nice is if I could have this crash without me having to even do anything. Because every time Godot starts, and I think maybe every time it exits or something, or like once a window shows, it steals the focus. So every 8 to 10 seconds, it'd be stealing the focus once or twice. And that means I can't really do work while I'm waiting for this stuff. I could run Godot headless, but I don't know if it'll crash if I did that. And it's not crashing right now anyway. So there's still some other change I need to make. I don't want to go back to low-level debugging for this because I think it's going to be very, very hard to find out what's going wrong. This isn't crashing. Export presets changed. This doesn't matter. Hey, Bullbox. And hey, Boolean and Irad. Show new game. Howdy, everyone. Thanks for the raid. I can probably show the new game. Let me think of how I would do this. Because we're pretty deep in a... Here's what I can do. Let me stash what I've done. Let me switch back to main. And let me try building this and see what happens. And I might be able to show you. Tough cases, detective. I mean, it was unfun tasks. This isn't, I don't know if this is unfun or not. But yeah, welcome everyone. So we're working on Stuck in a Broken tutorial. I'll give my little demo of the game here. Is there sound playing? Hang on, is there sound playing? I can't hear anything. Yeah, there is. That's weird. Hang on a second. Something's been going wrong with this lately. Wait, what? Oh my god, this is off. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can hear this now. I never turn that off. Whoa, that's loud. Okay, let me turn it down through this. Sorry, everybody. Yeah. All right. So here's the game. Stuck in a Broken tutorial. You can see this press A to jump. So yeah, seems like a normal game, right? Press A to double jump. Take it over here. Press R to dash. So yeah, you work your way through this world. This is one of the broken games that you're in. So try to collect all the diamonds. You try this, you can't. And then the intrigue begins. So I really, really like this idea of a game that leads you through a bunch of other kind of like meta games, and we satirize some things about gaming itself and just game development. But from the player's perspective, this is just, a semi-abnormal game so far. We will eventually flesh out the story and everything here too. So yeah, you meet this character, they banish you. They happen to look like the Skeletor mage right now. That may or may not say the same. And you end up in here. So this is subgame number 2. And it's kind of like Stardew Valley. Your grandpa gave you a farm. I have some breakpoints in here we can just ignore. Yeah. I was testing a lot of stuff with dialogues. There we go. Okay, I was testing even more with dialogues. All right, so a lot of the game is just kind of setups for jokes almost. So like if you try to go use your axe on a tree, you actually throw the axe over the tree and you get the ability to run now. And like you can dig up anything with your shovel, including your own house. Like we can just carve out spaces in here. So there's a farming game underneath this. You can plant seeds, you can water them, but you don't really have to interact with any of this. There's a lot of like weird stuff going on that you'll see. Like this character's walking in like super slow-mo and you can walk right through them. So you eventually, in this game, you fall asleep. And you wake up. And a bunch of time has passed. Your strawberries have grown out of control. And yeah, now you can harvest them. You go into town, you figure out some, like, it's not really a puzzle, but some like kind of small puzzle here. And then you'll end up in a new game after that. And we're going to start work on that new game this coming week on Monday. I have not played Buddy Simulator, no. But yeah, so this is the game that we're making. What we're working on today, and hopefully I don't have any changes here now. Yeah, I don't. All right, so what we're working on today, git checkout repro 119984, is a crash that I'd started looking into a couple days ago that happens when we quit the game. And I have a workaround for it, but I filed an issue on Godot and they need a minimal repro. And I need to figure out how to get the minimal repro. So that's what we're going to do today, is just hunt down what is this repro. It's been very, very difficult. What's the next mini game? It's going to be a top-down shooter. And hey, DB9, could be some good research. So my own personal policy is if I'm making a game, I try to avoid all similar games. Oh my God, I can't type. Similar games so that I'm not influenced by them. I don't necessarily want to find out how to make the best business out of this or like what have other games done. I just want to create. So there are some games that people have pointed me at. One of them was a game that sounded pretty similar. I forgot what it was called though, but they showed me the Steam page and I was like, yeah, it does sound kind of similar. So yeah. Nice stuff, Mel. Actually killed the game project on account. I kept running into engine bugs. I had to start over from scratch to get rid of it. Wound up losing interest in the idea. Yeah, this isn't a critical bug for me. I can work around it. I want to spend the time trying to figure out what's going wrong. Oh yeah, there is no game. I think that's what people were talking about. I think this game is apparently similar to it. There was something that looked a little bit different here. Oh yeah, this was a point and click game, I think, all throughout. Whereas in this game, my game, you're going to be going through different genres. So like you went from a platformer to a farming game to a shooter to a like you're opening loot boxes to a racing game. So in the case of this, you don't play games anymore. Well, not these like meta games. But yeah, that would be kind of funny. Just can't play anything now. How big is the scope? We'll probably spend like 2 to 3 years making this. Because, yeah, one of the problems you see is it's already been 2 months and we have 2 sub games and we have some story and stuff. There's a lot of game design. So, like, that is hopefully solid. But, yeah, like the next sub game is probably also going to take 3 to 4 weeks. And it'll maybe add like 5 to 10 minutes of gameplay from that. And then the next sub game, yeah, it might also be 2 to 3 weeks and have like 2 minutes of gameplay. In fact, the second sub game from now, I've shared this idea before, but it's just going to be loot boxes. You spawn in, you're opening loot boxes, you're getting loot, and it's just like the most juice-filled experience you could expect. There's like meters filling up and you're getting tons of loot and combo points, whatever. And the point of this is for you to eventually just leave the game. That's it. There is no purpose to you opening this loot. There's no use for it. I just want to see if I give people loot boxes in a game, how long will they continue to open them for before they realize like, wait a second, I was in a different game. How do I get back to that experience? Sounds harder. Oh yeah. It's going to be much harder than Skeleseller and that. Yeah, UFO 50, but as satire. Yeah, it's sort of, yeah. UFO 50, I think, was like 50 standalone playable games. This, like that platformer game you saw, which I can't open again because I'm now on the different branch, but like the platformer game is not really a game. You jump a few times and then you fall through the world and you're done. You never return to it. So I spent weeks making the mechanics and animation. I didn't make the animations, but like I got them working and things feel pretty good and it looks like a game, but you end it after 1 or 2 minutes. Can we pay real money for the loot boxes? Can you imagine that? You get to this point in the game, the loot boxes have no purpose, and I'm like, yeah, well, if you spend $5, you get another one, though. And people actually spend money on it. Imagine the reviews would be pretty bad for a game like that. So yeah, where we stand now, and I was just summarizing this beforehand, is with this code that I have here, the crash I'm trying to repro doesn't happen. So we're trying to get to the point where we get the crash to happen again, and I just can't easily do that. So there's some difference between this that's important. Don't even have to return. Oh, don't even return to it as an ending credit sequence or like a final story loop thingy or something. No, a lot of this stuff you're just going to see once and that'll be that. So yeah, it's going to be quite the scope to do this. I think I'll call the game Scope Creep. By the way, how is Scope Creep going? At least a real one. There are some strict rules. Yes, 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 exactly. If you pay real money for loot boxes, you need to share the odds for what you get out of them. You need to not launch in like Belgium and other countries to just ban them. So yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that because they're just going to be fake loot boxes. I'm not going to actually have real money. Banana that serves on purpose and went viral. Yes, but I think the reason why that went viral is partially because of the trading cards you got, and the trading cards or something like that. Those could be sold for real money, I'm pretty sure. And they had some really like rare ones. And for whatever reason, people like buying these things. Have some deadlines down. I'm adding a bunch of stuff and doing more balancing. Being with your publisher. When did you get your publisher? I don't think I realized you had a publisher. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to hear it's going. Yeah. You know, one of the things I've been thinking about, so Skeleseller was about 2 years of work, and the final maybe like 3 to 4 months was semi-miserable. And now that I'm working on this new game, I'm taking my time a bit with it. Like, if I were rushing, I would not spend any of today doing repros. I would just use my workaround and move on. And it's really fun to do this again and be in a like not super deadline committed time and not be working on the like the polish and getting ready for launch. So it's been a lot of fun again. About a month ago. Okay, nice. Congrats. Yeah. You have more of a runway now though, right? From Skeleseller. I think the way, so just like I said, my general philosophy is like, don't play similar games to what I'm making. Another thing is like, take however long the game should take to make. So even if Skeleseller didn't do well, I'd probably still just like, if this game was going to take 4 years or something, I'd probably just still take the 4 years on it. Now that I might do things a little bit differently, but yeah. So anyway, I'm kind of aiming for like 2 to 3 years. If it takes 4, if it takes 5 or whatever, yeah, that's fine. I think as long as the gaming landscape doesn't change so much, like AI is pumping out a new game every minute and people are like, well, I'm not going to pay money for a game now. So yeah. All right, let's go figure out, what am I missing? I tried changing the cheat menu. What else do we even have here? Yeah, like this stuff shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter. This code never gets called. This doesn't get called. Maybe I put these things back in and just have them be a no-op. I mean, we could do that. I could just do this. The only problem is if the arguments don't match up, and they frequently won't, so I guess we need to do this. Argument type is not assignable to parameter type vector 2. Yeah, so we just put an underscore here. And I want to do this for all of these. And then this one doesn't take any arguments, does it? Or 2 arguments? Yeah, 2 arguments. All right, we just ignore all of them. Like your approach. I also want to just make games because I like making a nice little experience. Yeah, yeah. You know, I think you might have heard me talk about this before, but if you consider there's like some kind of spectrum or meter here where you have fun and you have business, or maybe passion in business, it's like, I think game dev for most people, they're not quite opposites, but I think for a lot of people they are kind of opposites. Maybe a better way of looking at it is like this. They're both meters and they have some amount of fill in here. Anyway, if you do consider them to be just a single spectrum, it was like, I think Botland was probably like 85% or maybe even 90% passion. Then Skeleseller, I think, was maybe like 75% or 70%. And now this game is probably still in that same general territory, like 70%. Maybe slightly less, just in terms of I am paying attention to business a little bit more, but I'm not like super indexing on it. But yeah, I've seen some people who kind of treat game dev as just like, it's just a business. There's like 5% passion. Yeah, sure, I like the game or the idea or something. But yeah. Gonna help me adapt into C# from Java for my internship. I'm not sure, but you can always ask questions if you want. And that might help. Hey, Smash. If you had to redo Skeleseller now, how much faster do you think it would be? So there are like 3 components that make it faster. One is not repeating systems that didn't matter. 2 is any experience you got from using Godot or any other technologies you had. and 3 is just the game design being made, which is kind of like saying it's number 1. You wouldn't repeat systems. The game design, the iteration took so long that we would shave off like probably 5 months. If I just started Skeleteller again and I was like, just go implement this plan, we'd probably shave off like 5 months. Then using Godot and everything and avoiding the same pitfalls, like not having to spend a month on localization because I started from the beginning, we'd probably shave off another few months. So yeah, we could probably, instead of doing it in 24 months, we probably could have done it in like 14 or something. I'm not sure. People say when you make a hobby a job, you get sad, but I don't think it's completely correct. Depends on how you approach it in the business world. Yeah. Also depends on how much you're trying to milk it for. Like if you were to take scope creep and say, how do I maximize the money I get from players? It might become a passionless experience for you. Hey, Shenanigans. Me doing game dev is primarily my breakaway from programming and my day job, strict deadlines, site regulations, and projects. Yeah. And I think that's what it is for a lot of people. Game dev is a time to have some freedom, to be creative, to make something fun, and to avoid any process you might have that you don't like. And from that point of view, it's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of like hobby territory that maybe you end up releasing a game at the end of it, but it's not specifically for a business. I think that once you do start looking at game dev as a business, like I've said this before on stream, like imagine you have 7 employees at your game studio. Now for your next game, are you really going to chance it on a passion project? You need to consider now you've got like 8 livelihoods at stake because you're own too. So like you might not make some off the wall project. You might make let's make a sequel of a game, or let's try to play it safe. This is popular nowadays. And yeah, most indie game devs probably aren't like studios of 7-8 people. It's probably like a small team or one person. But if you ever did get to this point, you do have to consider other things. 14 months into it, hoping to make a few bucks. Yeah, like every once in a while I'll go read the game dev subreddit, and I just saw a post there. Someone got, I'm just gonna make up a number, like let's say, I don't know, 17,000 wish lists, and they had like 184 sales. And people are like, yeah, that's really strange. Like, I don't know why that happened. And I don't know, the game page looked like good enough for what it is. But this person was really bummed out. Because like, yeah, imagine you hear 17,000 wish lists and you're like, okay, well, maybe I can multiply that by 10% and then multiply that by the Steam cut and figure out, your cut after the Steam cut and figure out like how much money you should get. And I don't know what this is priced at or whatever, but they probably thought some amount of money would be coming in, and then they made 184 sales, and it's like, okay, I don't know how much the game was, but that's like $200 or $300 or something. And it's like, wow, that's not worth it for 3 years of game development. So it's easy to get dejected. If you don't eat, that's fine. It's your own choice. Rice and beans. Yeah, well, by the way, like I said, I'm making up the numbers, but it was something disappointing for that person. So I don't remember exactly what it was. And hey, Illusionary Moon. But yeah, solo dev lets you do what you want, but then your scope is much more limited. Like, you're not going to make World of Warcraft as a solo dev. You're not going to make, like, I don't know, these very ambitious, broad games. And some people have done some almost like shortcuts to try to get to that same scope, but it isn't quite the same. And that's fine if you don't want to make those games. Like, yeah, I don't want to make Assassin's Creed or something, so yeah, that just probably won't ever happen. Like, I'm not going to probably ever get to the point where I'm doing motion capture. Gone back and looked at the performance? Yeah, I did after I got my second like paycheck from Valve. Because at that point I'm like, well, is there any difference now in seeing the money in my bank account versus seeing it on Steam? You're not going to make WoW as a team of 7 either. Yeah. Sorry. I don't mean it's one versus any other number. I just mean there's a team size where now you have different projects you can access. So if you have a team of 1,000 people, actually, I don't know what the biggest game dev team has ever been. Of like strictly developers and artists and sound designers, not like customer support or anything. But anyway, yeah, if you had a team of 1,000 people, it's like, okay, well now probably no game is off limits for you. You can probably make whatever you want. But yeah, there are these like breakpoints. Thought about changes business-wise? Not anything significant, really. Yeah, not anything significant. They were looking for help. This is kind of a meme online, though. Like, if I saw this, I would probably not want to go work on this project with a person unless what they were doing is some like emulated WoW. So these can be successful. You can be a solo dev and take already existing World of Warcraft and then add some quests and change some classes and stuff and probably make a fun game. But yeah, that's very different. So yeah, if they were trying to make WoW from scratch, I'd be like, no way, not getting involved. If they were trying to take WoW as it is and be like, we're doing these changes to it, that can be successful. I mean, you're kind of trampling on someone else's IP, so you're gonna probably eventually get shut down. But at least in terms of a project, like those can take off. Hey, Myth. GTA. Yeah. They have like 1,500 plus devs on it. Okay, wow. Yeah. Yeah. So that's roughly the amount of people you need, maybe 1,000 to 1,500 or something, where you're like, okay, well now we can make any game we want. And who knows, maybe GTA 10 will need 4,000 people to work on it. It'll just be a small city of people working on a single video game. All right, any other changes we can put in here? Man, wouldn't it be funny if this turned out to be the save system and my 3 booleans that I have causing a problem here? I got rid of all these functions. I don't think these would have been important because none of these were ever called. As evidenced by me deleting them and not having a problem. But there's, okay, so a fleeting thought hit me, which is that what if this somehow has to do with like binary size? In loading my game, it takes slightly longer to load all the C#, or it does something different with memory layout or just-in-time compilation, where not having these functions causes a problem even though they're never hit. And that would be a nightmare to prune this down to a minimal repro. But yeah, I do kind of wonder, is that what's happening here? Like, why am I not hitting a crash? And is there something else here that I didn't do? This shouldn't have mattered. This was always set to play normally, and we have that code. And then we call this afterward. Yeah. All right, sure. Oh, I did have one other thing that I wrote down that I haven't tested here. All right, I want to try that next. The load environment thing. I don't think that matters, but what if it does? Or what if I just pick true instead of false? All right. Let's go build this. Let's run this. I'll take 600 devs and make a cool Sokoban. I shall make checkers. I require $4 billion. Will there be achievements? No. Will there be save slots? Yes. That's it. Modern checkers. Empty lambdas are not the same as subscribing to the method. Yeah, but if the methods are never called, does it matter? I guess it could. Yeah. 4D Go. It is kind of an interesting thought process. You know, a lot of people ask like, oh, if you had $10 million, what would you do? But imagine if you didn't get the money. Imagine if you got 1,500 developers to help you with something and you didn't have to pay them, I guess. But like, they're not going to just go do random, you know, software as a service kind of things. Like, you have to make a game with it. What game would you make? And yeah, I think at that point, if I had a team like that, I'd probably steer toward an MMORPG. But I don't think MMOs have been as successful as back in the WoW days. I mean, Final Fantasy 14 has been doing pretty well from what I understand. All right, let's try what Blub was saying. Let's put these back to their actual functions. So just click that and then go put all of these back in, which is, that's strange. Wait, what? Where'd all those functions go? Oh, here they are. Yeah, so I think I want all of these back in, right? I'm just going to click the button. All right, now does this run? Captures the class instance. Okay, yeah. I mean, we'll try it out. On player stepped we don't have. There's on player stepped. Let's put that back in. Does it build now? I think there was one other issue. Probably work on a factorial like. Interesting. Block shop 2. Create World of StarCraft. I think MMOs will get a huge bump in popularity again. StarCraft just got a recent balance patch. StarCraft 2, I mean. which I was pretty impressed by. I think it's nice to see that there's still some life going into those games. All right, so now let's run this a bunch of times. So if this crashes, then it means that capturing this is part of the repro, but that it's not obvious. And I don't understand how this could cause it. I have not yet, Frag, and happy 5 streams. We're trying to see if I can even get it to crash again from the changes I have now. I'd probably follow World of StarCraft for a bit. One of the things I think is kind of problematic, and I see it in Diablo 4. I played Diablo 4 for like 2 or 3 days, and it didn't grip me. Diablo 2 super gripped me. Oh my God, I loved Diablo 2. But one of the things I saw with Diablo 4 is I almost feel like a lot of action RPGs or just games in general now have to try to cram as many systems as possible down your throat. And I even saw this with something like Ball X Pit. If you launched this game back in like 1997, it would have been the core gameplay. It's like the breakout style gameplay, you're going through levels, and that would have been it. But then there was this like building mechanic on top of it. There's this like breakout inside the building mechanic. And then there's all the other metagame stuff like achievements and whatever else. And I mean, the game works, it did well, but yeah, I think if World of StarCraft existed now, they'd have to be like, okay, well, there are all sorts of different demographics of players, and we need to appeal to all of them. So we're going to go make every single system you can imagine. And yeah. That's not fun to me for some reason, like the loop enough to finish the levels though. Yeah, I don't have a lot of patience for games now, so I eventually just kind of, like, I played that for probably a couple hours, and then I was like, okay, I'm done now. What else are we missing here? I cut out these other sub games. Should I put these back in? I mean, I guess we might as well try, right? So I'm going to go take all of these files and just roll them back. And this is not how these checkboxes work, and it always vexes me. There. So now they're rolled back. Can we launch? Probably not, because probably something got changed. Yeah, there's no save system here now. Oh, whoops, there's no comma there either. Same thing over here. No save system. No save system. Delete all this. We could just set this to if false. I don't think this code should have any impact though. But then again, I don't understand what's happening anymore. I've given up on trying to understand this. Talked about librarian on my stream, and I still don't understand how an idea so simple can work so well. Librarian, I don't know if I've seen this. Tidy up the arcane library, is this it? Single player simulation, need to return scattered books to proper places in an arcane library. You know what I've noticed is if you have only a single mechanic, you need to be a 3D game. Yeah. That's what seems to be the case. But I haven't heard of that game, and I don't know what they did well or did poorly or anything. I keep messing this up, huh? All right, and then Office and Knit would have been initialized, I guess now with the audio system. So we need this back in. So this should change to what it was, sans save system. And this should change to what it was. Anything else? What was this? Also, why can't I see what the code is here? How do you look at this? Oh, it's that? Oh my God. I did not realize this is part of this dialogue. It just looked like it was in the code below. Interesting. All right. Well, that doesn't matter to me. You get spells and stuff to place books faster and faster. It takes about an hour and a half for a run. So the no spell run. I've been watching some wild things on YouTube in terms of Stardew and Terraria. And I want to say there was some other game where I saw it, but they do these like just kind of stupid challenges, in my opinion. I can't remember the specifics of those, but I do remember the specifics of one of the Pokemon ones. If you've heard of Ironmon, I just think people have like a collective insanity when it comes to playing this. So yeah, again, if you haven't heard of this, and I don't know all the rules of this exactly, they're all listed here, but I didn't remember them all. But you have to start the game. All the Pokemon are randomized. half the Pokemon are completely worthless and you'll lose the very first battle. So this game becomes about like restarting 200 times to get a run that's decent to make it to the first gym and then die and then do another 200 runs. And I don't get why people do. It's like if there are, 150 Pokemon in the game and 75 of them are just trash and you can't win, why even give you those 75 options? Why not just change the game so that you are always given some kind of chance? It's like restarting is part of the experience and it's just a frustration. And one of the Stardew things that I saw was, this was really silly, but like you had to buy every tile that you walk on. So it would cost like 10 gold at first and then eventually be 100 gold and then eventually 1,000 gold. And if you can make 1 gold per day, you can beat this challenge. It's not like it's a difficulty challenge. It's a incredible tedium challenge. And that kind of challenge to me, I just don't understand. It's like people want to grind a game for, 30 plus hours. Oh, I remember the Terraria challenge now. What was it? It was hardcore with 30x spawn rate of enemies. So basically walking outside your house, even when there are just like slimes around, would get you killed. So every single thing he needed to do needed to like take into account that there's going to be a crazy amount of enemies. So his progress was just like super slow. He needed to fish for like 3 hours at a time. There was no danger while fishing. It's like, is that fun? Why do people do this? Pacifist run where they don't do a single point of damage directly and still beat the game without glitches. But that, at least to me, sounds like a difficulty challenge and not necessarily a tedium challenge. Again, imagine if I made a game right now and I'm like, okay, you click and you get 1 point. And your goal is to get 1 trillion points. This is possible. It's a challenge run, right? Like, and the game's not fun, and you're not going to have fun as you're doing this. And some people will still be like, I'm going to get 1 trillion points. It's like, what causes that? Why do people do it? Did you just reinvent Cookie Clicker? Yeah, I'm calling it Pointless Points Clicker. And it's going to be the hit new game. Oh, hey, it crashed. Oh my God. I wasn't even paying attention here. Okay, so something I just changed caused this to crash. Now we need to figure out what. Yeah, banana, Tamagotchi. We're all here imagining you making a game. Because I told you to? Maybe that's the game all along. All right, I should probably watch the VOD because I was distracted here. But I guess maybe we could just cut some things out and see what happens. It's called The Button. Yeah. Anyway, I get challenge runs. And by the way, the kinds of challenge runs that I'd say add difficulty are like something with dexterity involved, something with more strategy or thinking involved. Like playing Slay the Spire on a higher ascension level. It's more difficult, but it is not at all due to tedium. And also there's no dexterity component pretty much whatsoever. Like you could take an hour picking your card and picking your target. I mean, technically there's still dexterity in choosing those things, but like if there were a voice interface, you'd be able to interact with it. So all I did is comment out these 2 lines and this crash isn't happening, which makes me think that these 2 lines are important. But I might be wrong. I'm going to run this again over here. Let's see how many times this crashes. And then I'm going to put those lines back. And the weird thing about this is these lines are in code that's never called. Now, you might argue like, well, there's just a chance of this happening. And anything stochastic is going to have these runs of it happening a lot and not happening a lot. And you'd be right. But if I run it like 10 times, it happens at 0%. And then I run it 10 times, it happens 75%. That's statistically significant, I think. Sorry, and I made a change in the middle of that. I meant to say that. So right now it has not crashed at all. You can see it just says quitting the game, for quit. There's no like handle crash here. Hey, Tim, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Hey, Jost. Jost, I still have play your demo on my to-do list. I'm sorry I have not gotten to it. I'm guessing the demo has gotten better since then. Okay, so I have now commented this. This is now back in the game. Yeah, welcome everyone. We are working on trying to find a crash in Godot that is partially due to my code, but I can't exactly figure out what's going on here. The demo's still available though, right? The names that don't natively have the games that don't natively have them. So you know the base game. Yeah, like I said, I get some challenge runs. I just don't get the ones where they're like, let's make the game tedious. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like the Pokemon example I had, where it's like replay it a bunch of times and your runs cannot get off the ground. Like even the best player in the world couldn't manage to make this random Pokemon work. Never played an Ultimate Iron Man in OSRS? No. The closest I came to anything like that is I played Hardcore Classic WoW, and I found it so boring. I ended up giving up. I made it to like level 56 or 57, and I was just like, I'm not going through the last 3 levels of this. And I like Classic WoW. Yeah, this crash didn't happen. I don't know what I had just changed. And I got this to happen through the editor. Maybe it's just random. Well, not in the latest run that I did. That's still pretty high. Yeah, it was getting like more and more boring as I went through. And granted, I could have played it in a more fun way, but then there would have been more risk and there would have been a chance of dying. Just got italic bold color support in my text object without needing separate text objects. Nice. Congrats. That is great. I hope you're generally feeling pretty good about your game. Your screen goes black until you're blind. Oh yeah, I saw that. I like that as a sense of immersion. I think it's pretty cool. It also just stops you from like running as well, or you have to, yeah, like that's not tedium level difficulty. I think tedium level difficulty would be like, I don't know. Imagine every time you kill an enemy, you have to run back to your city. It's like there's no reason for that. It's not hard to do. All right, somehow I got this to crash, and then it didn't happen again. Is it with the debugger running? Is it even with this code that I have now? Should I be running this in verbose mode and the logging actually changes the timing of this? I mean, we could try that, but it's going to make it a lot harder to tell. Oh my God, I'm running the wrong thing. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I opened a new tab and the command looks practically the same. Oh, now it's crashing. Okay, okay. Okay. This is what we wanted. How often does it crash? I'll let it run another couple times. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Yeah, it just crashed 2 out of 2 times. That's good enough for me. I don't care. As long as it's crashing a couple times. So we know that the code right now is crashing. Now the last thing I remember changing was this. So if I comment this out and build, and I close the other tabs, there's no chance of me running the wrong thing now. And I run this again, does it still crash? So is it somehow these commented out lines in a function that never runs in a game that's never loaded? Yay, it's crashing again. Hey, Schnibble. Hey, Memphis. Kind of enjoying. Am I a hate watcher or what? No, I think it's interesting to do this. Okay, so it's still crashing. So it's not these lines. These don't matter. Let's cut out ones that we for sure don't matter, and let's start making smaller changes now. So if I try building this, it should fail because we're not initializing this right thing anymore. That's totally fine. We're going to go delete this. So crash should still be there. We're going to click this, and then we're going to try it again. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. The next thing I want to try, because I don't know if I tested this right, is what Blub was talking about. If I change those closures that we have, does the crash still happen? So yeah, cool. We got a crash. All we need to do is make sure that it crashes at least once, because I'm testing whether there's the absence of a crash, kind of. So we can disprove that by having it happen. So if I go back to the farming game and we cut out all of these, does this still crash? Right on Godot beta. I wanted to update Godot, and since we're still probably like 2 years from launching the game, I feel like I might as well try a beta build. Have all the latest stuff. Also, there are some improvements, at least over the branch I was on before. Okay, so this is still crashing.
Whoops.
So it is not these. Now, the question next is it the existence of these functions? So if I just delete all of these too. Because nothing should be using this stuff, right? So now I try running this. I also wonder if we could speed this up at all. I'm having it wait between 5 and 10 seconds. Okay, so it just crashed. So these don't matter either. Interesting. What did I... Oh my god, what did I change? I put these games back in. Maybe it was the games. Yeah, what if we tried deleting this next? Delete base platformer game. Wonder if that matters. What's the trigger for that sound effect? It's anything that would cause an error sound. So like, let's say I press... how do I get this to happen? I don't know how to make the bonk sound happen. Yeah, I don't know. It's like trying to type something that you can't type in a certain place. Yeah, I can't think of how to make it happen. All right, so if I delete the entire Fever Dream game, for example, or base platformer, I mean, let's go try this again. Cheats.cs. So I'm going to delete this. It's going to cause some problems. So that's it. That's the thing we're testing now. In fact, I should probably write down what I'm testing each time just to see. So last thing I did, delete base platformer game. So this causes Fever Dream game to break as well. So I guess let's delete that too. And Fever Dream game. All right, now what happens? Platformer game 2. Okay. Where's that? Make sure I'm deleting the correct thing here. Delete. All right, does it work? Okay, it runs. Does it still crash? Because none of that code was being used anywhere. And it might not crash the first time. It did not crash. Does it crash at all? Was it deleting these files? It's not a 100% repro, so any change I make, I got to test this several times. There, it crashed. Okay, so it's not that.
Whoops.
So it's something else that I did. What would it be? I guess we could check in what I'm doing right now, right? Yeah, actually, that's what we should do. We should check in what I've done, and that way we have another stable point with less code. That's it. Okay. So remove some... remove more code. Deleted sub games that aren't being used. This still crashes. I like to post how often it does. So we just ran 1 and it crashed. So let's run 3 more. So we're 1 out of 1 right now. And whatever we end up with is going to be out of 4. So 2 out of 2. Yeah, reliably unstable. Yes, exactly. 3 out of 3. Okay, it's crashing every time now. And this is the same thing we got before, right? Yeah, signal 11. This is the important crash. And it's going to be 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4? 4 out of 4. Wow. I don't think it's 100%. This still crashes. It crashed 4. Whoops. 4 out of 4 tries. Cool. Run with verbose. So we did a lot of this yesterday. And I filed an issue, and I just need more details in this issue. But like the verbose log is here. It doesn't really help too much because it says dumping the backtrace and then doesn't. So then I built Godot, a dev build, not optimized. I ran again. I used LLDB, connected it, found out some things that were going wrong, found a workaround for how to fix this. But I don't know the root cause of this. So what we're trying to do is produce a minimal repro. And right now, we are very much in non-minimal territory. Hang on, let me make sure I'm in the right branch. Okay, good. I don't want to be checking the main for this. So right now we have all of this code. Not all of its code, but like you can see a lot of CS files and stuff. We need to prune all this down and figure out what is causing this. So like I want to be able to push some zip file over to the Godot team. And they should be able to look at, 2 or 3 script files. I mean, minimal repro doesn't necessarily mean like one function. But yeah, right now I have so much. So can we delete the architect office as well? So I'm gonna do this one step at a time because clearly this was too hard when I was doing it the other way. I feel you, yeah. Yeah, this is quite the challenge. Okay, so it builds. In fact, maybe this is how we should do it. Just every commit, just delete another file. And if it still reproduces, then we check it in. So it did not reproduce there. Still didn't reproduce. I mean, if it doesn't happen now, and it was happening 100% of the time, it might be deleting this file that caused it. Huh, interesting. Still not crashing. That is very interesting. And still not crashing. And all I did is delete one file. One file that had no impact on anything else. But maybe it secretly did. All right, so let's stash that change. And then build. And it should crash now, right? Hey, Puelo. Now it might not crash 100% of the time. Also, we randomize the amount of time we wait before quitting. So it might have to do with that. This did not crash. But this is the only change I made, and it was crashing before this. So we should see some crashes now. Unless there's something else I'm doing that's different. Yeah, it just crashed. Okay. So we know for sure it can crash without this. Now we pop this back and we click this button. And yeah, I ran this, what, 4 times, I think? Once from the editor and then however many I have in the command line. How many do I have in the command line? 3. Yeah, so I ran it 4 times and it didn't crash any of those 4 times. This is the 5th. And yeah, still no crash. So it seems like deleting this file is relevant somehow. I don't know how. How could a file that's never being loaded actually matter? Yeah, I don't think it's going to crash. And nothing used it? Did I delete the scene already? Can you paste bin that file? I'm curious. I'm not going to paste bin the file, sorry. But I can... Well, it's not even there. It's over here, I guess. It's just a normal like node, and there are some functions in here, but none of this stuff is actually being used. And I don't think I even have... I have the scene. Oh, maybe this is part of it. I was kind of curious why this would... interesting. Okay, wait. How does this make sense, though? How does this make sense? So I have architectoffice.tscn that points at architectoffice.cs. Nothing tries loading architect office, and I delete the CS file and the crash stops happening. How is this possible? Some sort of caching issue? Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Is that in here? Yeah. Oops, I meant to click the other one. I don't want to delete everything. Right? Isn't some of this stuff my settings that I have? Like extension list? What is this? Export credentials. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, I don't have anything in here. Just a blank file. Imported. UID cache. Before I delete that, let's delete this scene as well. So architectoffice.tscn, just delete this. All right, does this still run? I gotta take a break pretty soon. It still runs. Doesn't the node still get registered with the engine? I'm not totally sure what happens, but you can see it doesn't crash anymore. This thing that we didn't use, like the script should never get loaded. But yeah, consistently this has been the case. This is now run number what, like 8, I think, or 9. So you can assign the node to items in the editor. Oh, you mean when you have Godot open? When you have Godot open, yeah, it would happen. But like I could have a trillion scene files, and if I'm like just go run the title screen, it's not going to try to load those other, trillion minus 1, I think. Maybe on a debug build it might, but yeah, this is strange. I got to figure this out. All right, I got to take my break though. Is it jump time? It's jump time. By the way, for those new here, just type join in Twitch chat and you can play. I'll be back. Hello again. Hi, Net. Close the game. Okay. So we deleted a file. I have this. I don't know how this is possible. Okay, here's what we can try next. What happens if we just put the C# file back and nothing's referring to it? What happened here? Why is this still gray? Oh, because of how I don't like this UI. When you check boxes here and then click rollback, it doesn't remember what you have checked. It just remembers what you have selected. So I tried rolling back 2 things, but I only had 1 thing selected. So even though it was checked, it didn't matter. All right, anyway, now does a crash still happen? So yeah, what happens if I have the CS file but not the TSCN file? Does it even load? Why didn't I see a game pop up? Shouldn't it have stolen the focus? Well, there it is. So does it crash? No. Deletion of the file caused the crash. I can't make sense of this. It does crash now. What? Okay, hold on a second. Let's see if that's really true. Does anything, or is this a caching thing? Maybe it is a caching thing. Yeah, the only reference we have to this file is here inside of a PO file. Maybe that's relevant? No, that can't be relevant. What am I talking about? That's just the source for PO files to care about. Godot doesn't read that. Godot reads the ID in the string. Yeah, it's got to be a cache issue. Yeah, it just has to be, right? So I guess we close Godot. All the C# class body code is commented out. Yeah, that might work too. I'm going to try this first. I'm going to just rename Godot to Godot 2. And then I'm going to run this again. Oh, I think that crashed Rider. Hey, Goldskin. Oh, no. It worked. Finish building. What did it say? Succeeded false. Errors 1. Assets file. Godot mono temp not found. Run a NuGet package restore to generate this file. Yeah, so deleting the cache was... maybe we just start Godot and that'll do it. Is there like a TLDR what you're up to? In terms of game, yes, there's this. And hey, Thorn. In terms of today, there is this. So those 2 things should hopefully explain. And feel free to ask more questions. Might be DNS. You mean like the domain name system? Because... Wait, what's this? I don't think... Well, maybe you mean something else by DNS. But like the domain name system shouldn't be coming into play here. Unable to load add-on script from path. This might be due to a code error in that script. Disabling the add-on. I've seen this happen before, but I forgot why this happens. Oh, man. What are you supposed to do about this? Unable to... No, I don't have it written down over here. What do we do? How do we fix that? Just turn this on? I definitely had this happen, but I don't remember what I did. Yarn spinner plugin. Yeah, I don't have anything written down. Hey, Remy. Preying on smaller, younger repros. They're easier to catch. Up ahead, he scouts a big, mature repro. Smart to avoid these. I need Remy narrating my whole life. Hey, Trackley. And hey, Naga. Someone's never read the DNS haiku? No, I haven't. It always comes down to DNS? This is peculiar, but probably not like super related to what I'm doing. I need this to be on though, because otherwise Yarn Spinner isn't going to run. Actually, wait, do I need it to be on? No, yeah, because it won't build if I don't have this, right? I'm not certain. Pretty much, okay. Debugger has 7 errors. Because what, it can't open... Yeah. Yeah, I need this plugin to load. I think the repro hinges on this. I can't turn this on. Oh, now it worked. What? Oh, I need to build first? Oh my god, I gotta write that down. Okay. Yeah, yarn spinner. All right, do we have a troubleshooting section? No, we're about to have one. Troubleshooting. Unable to load add-on script. If you try launching your game and see this, simply build your project first, then go enable yarn spinner via what exactly? Project settings, plugins. Project settings, plugins. There a dot on that? I like being specific. Yes, there's. Okay. All right, great. Now we try running. And what will this prove? That it was potentially the Godot cache folder? I mean, that's all we would potentially prove. And that's if the crash doesn't happen anymore. And the crash is still happening. So it wasn't a caching thing. And now there are, what, 1,300 unversioned files? Because I moved the Godot folder? Yes. Okay. Too fed up with my slow A model? Excuse me. I don't think I've had a Samsung phone before. I've been on the Pixel line for 5 or 6 years, maybe. I'm not sure. And I've been pretty happy with it. There are some like little weird issues. All right, I want to go undo what I just did. So we delete the Godot folder and then just rename this back to what it was. So I don't think it's a Godot cache. I still have no explanation for this. This should update. It shouldn't say 1,400 files. It should say 0. Yeah, good. All right, so now we start the editor. Oh, there's another missing dependency in here. I wonder if that had something to do with this. This is in Fever Dream game. Well, we should delete that too. Oh yeah, if you're happy with something, I'd say stick with it. I think that just crashed Godot. It did. Oh man. I think there's enough that's just sort of embedded in your daily workflow when it comes to your phone that making a switch would probably have to be for a big enough reason at this point. Like maybe privacy or security or an app that you really want to use. Well, thanks for the resub. Happy year and a half. Hope you're doing well. Now, like at this point, I think to get me to switch to an iPhone, let's say, I don't even know what it would take. Like if you gave me a free iPhone every single year and it's always up to date, I still don't think I'd do it. But I don't know why that is. All right, so it didn't crash right there, but that doesn't mean it won't crash. We're just, in fact, it should crash. We're back to the original .godot folder that I had. Yeah. This is still crashing. Okay. All right. But like I said, I have no explanation for this. So I guess the next thing we should do is put the CS file back. I think this is what Cruddlefish was talking about. Put the CS file back. Why don't I? Oh, I do have it. Architectoffice.cs. And then just delete all of the contents of this. Does it crash now? Subconscious learning program worked well, I see. Yeah, it must have. They got their Android tentacles embedded in my head at this point. I actually did have a Windows phone for some time. And I think the phone was good and the OS was good. The lack of every single app in existence was bad. Interesting. Now it's not crashing. Is that consistent? I had one of those Nokia Lumia phones. This thing. It was pretty nice. The camera's pretty nice. Yeah, I liked the whatever they called that, Windows OS or Phone OS or I don't know what, but that was pretty nice too. That was pretty cool. And now the crash doesn't happen. So the contents of this file somehow matter. I put all this back in even though none of this code is being run. And I click the button. And it will sometimes crash now. Is it the ready? None of this code is being executed. So that's what I can't explain. Like it just crashed. if I put a breakpoint on every single one of these functions, we won't see a single one of these get hit, I believe, unless we are seeing it get hit. But like this scene shouldn't be loaded. Nothing calls this code. So there, I have a breakpoint on everything. In fact, can we put them here? No, we can't. Yeah, I didn't know if just setting a variable would, but they're not really setting anything. So we launched the game. Not a single breakpoint got hit. And then it closes. And in that case, it didn't crash. Oh, wait, it did. Is there no stack trace? There is not, but also, like I said, this code isn't being run. I don't get why the existence of the file matters. Nothing should be pointing at it. And if I comment everything out, the crash won't happen. Remove functions and remove variables. Yeah, I could. It's just nothing's using this code. It might as well just be like a picture of a cat. It just literally shouldn't matter. Can you add a static constructor and break there? Yeah, I could try that. Like that would at least tell us if the code's being included, I guess. Hey, Toulouse, is there another class with the same name? There shouldn't be. We have this one, which is in that file I just completely commented out, and then that's it. Then we get into translation files and stuff. The only other reference to that as a name is here as a comment inside of a PO file. And then this tries using the architect scene for translation. Yeah, this shouldn't matter either. Yeah, but anyway, I like what Cuttlefish said though. Just try commenting on parts of this. So yeah, let's go do that. I am very curious about what this is all about. Or wait, no, sorry. ABC had said make a static constructor. So static architect office g.print. Oh, can we not use GD here? This is being hit. We'll also put a breakpoint there, so we don't really need to wait. And I'll hit the debug function. And I don't expect this to be hit. I don't expect it to print out. Yeah, neither happened. I mean, we can't confirm for sure that neither happened because I can't read that fast. But yeah, I'll check in just a sec. And it did not happen to crash this time. But if we paste this in here and search for this is being hit, no, it does not exist there. So yeah, let's comment some things out. So if I just run that exact same code that we just had, this will crash, right? Loading it into memory and not releasing. Nothing should even be loading it into memory though. That's the part I don't understand here. Well, there's one thing I could think, which is the CS project file knows that this is part of the project. So like .NET would be loading this in, I guess. How does it even know how to do that? Wait, how does it know how to do that? Hang on. If I put a syntax error in here, I just have AAA and I try to build this. Okay, no. So the CS proj file somehow knows this is associated with it. How does it know that? I'm not going to look through all that. Project.proj. Yeah, it's probably just searches for all CS files underneath it. Yeah, it's just, yeah, CS pro. Okay, so then there's that. So that's the only way that this could possibly affect anything. So it does mean that there's some code in here that's causing this to happen. I just don't know what it could be. All right, so let's go comment all of this out and try running it. Man, what a wild bug this is. And no wonder I was changing seemingly random code and I was like, oh yeah, the crash happened or it didn't happen. All right, so let's run this a bunch of times. So if this doesn't crash over the course of like 5 runs, and we just did it once and it didn't crash, then it must be one of the functions I commented out, which would make sense. I don't think it'll crash at all. It did. Okay. Wow. So it is. So we could just delete all of this because it still crashes. And now literally all we have is this that you see on screen. Oh, you know what it might be? It could be a string name thing. But why would that have to do with yarn? spinner. All right, well, we only have these 4 lines, so let's cut out these 4 lines. So now there's nothing happening. There's no way this can crash. It doesn't even interact with Godot. Oh no, I guess technically it still kind of does because it's in a node 2D. So I guess it's running like physics. No, it can't. It's not in the scene tree. Rename the class and file name so it doesn't start with A. Why would that matter? Are you thinking it's some like, oh, it crashed? What? All right. So the only other things we could comment out are the declarations of these. A3D extended. I think the JIT compiler in .NET includes only the DLL of actual used imports. So this class imports something that no other code imports. It could be that that's broken. Just a wild guess. I think the only thing we're importing, though, I guess C# extensions. Where are those? Where are those? Game runtime exceptions. Also, hi. 3D extended. I don't know if I said that. Did I just name this? I did name this C#. Okay, yeah. So we're loading the entirety of this, but for code that we're no longer using. Yeah, I didn't think of cutting out the using directives. I guess that's the important part. So probably all this code was totally fine. And now if we delete all of this, well, now we don't have an audio system or anything. All right, well, maybe just this one and this one. Does this still happen? Atypical. Thank you. Maybe a class name clash? I don't think so. I don't think so. So it terminated for this invalid argument thing down here. So that's still kind of a crash, but it's not the exact crash we're looking for. Class wasn't used, just existing as a file. Yeah, exactly. It just exists. And I mean, technically it's getting compiled into the executable, but nothing's trying to use it. Yeah, it just crashed again. Okay, so it doesn't, okay. We're gonna get this down to the minimum possible thing that crashes. So this doesn't matter. And this apparently doesn't matter. And this doesn't matter. So does the existence of these functions matter? If we just comment out the event lines, yeah, I'll try that too. I mean, we're getting to the point where we only have like 6 other things we can even comment out. What in the world is going on? All right, didn't crash, but we'll try it another few times. Events registered and never released. Yeah, it could be. They wouldn't be getting called on close because again, none of this code is being invoked. And also the only way to invoke actions is from the owning class. So it had to be a function wrapping the invocation. You could listen from another class, but nothing's listening to this either. Yeah, so now it doesn't crash. So the existence of these functions is somehow doing this. I guess once we override ready, it's probably signaling something somewhere to Godot. So if I have just this function in, now it's gonna, well, I guess, how about this? Let's put this back in. Fine. Yeah, it's ready, but I just don't get it. It's not being called, it's not being used. It's the existence of ready being compiled into here. So it's something in generated code, I guess. And maybe we should go look at the generated code. But I'm guessing this causes a crash. So we'll run it a few times and see. This has got to be the craziest bug I've worked on in a while. Yeah, so it crashed now. What? What is going on? Knew it. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. I mean, I get that it's a good hunch for a general Godot problem, but like, what is causing this? So if I delete all of this, the crash still happens, I'm guessing. We can delete this too. So here's our minimal repro, a blank class with a blank ready function that's never executed. And try calling base ready instead of doing nothing in the method. Yeah, I can try that too. Although I think we already know enough at this point that like, we got to figure out what's going on here. It's got to be something with generated code. You think it won't crash? I mean, we have ready in here still. The existence of the ready function is, I think, what was causing it to crash. Like we didn't delete anything else. Well, we deleted those actions. The actions could have been important. and we deleted an import, I guess. But yeah, I expect this to crash. It hasn't yet. You try building and running the executable rather than the editor. Might be some funky debugging symbols. When I build a release build, it does not crash. All right, I'm gonna try just this now. Wait, no, I gotta launch from here. What if you put base ready and override ready? I can try that, but like I said, if it's crashing with a blank function, I want to just look at the generated script before we do anything. So, okay, it's got that invalid argument of the mutex lock. All right, let's try running this now. I wanted to get to the signal 11 crash that we had, 6egv. If duty, happy 3 years. Thank you for the resub. Why did the AI get grounded? Because it kept generating answers before it had all the parentheses. Dad, you mean permissions? No, it was a syntax issue. What? I'm sorry. I'm too stuck in crash territory to understand this joke. That'd be a fun Godot issue to write. I mean, I need to still make a minimal repro for them to be able to do this. Okay, so something else is going on in here. It wasn't just this. It was one of... Now I can't Command Z anymore. That's okay. We have the file, so we can just go find it through this. But yeah, these things, something in here must have mattered. It delivered? Okay, I wasn't supposed to understand it. So yeah, it's probably the actions. I can probably delete this. I'm guessing this will crash. See, no crash. Do you have an explanation for why this is happening? I get that it's fun to like guess about what will cause this and what won't, but I don't get what technically could be causing this. I would say, but wait, you do know? Because I don't think this is going to ruin anything to tell me. I do not want to be doing this work. I wanted to switch away from this like 2 days ago. And I didn't expect it to be whatever I'm discovering now. It's still not crashing. What are the other references I had? Events are ready. I have a feeling events are being registered somehow, not being released. I don't know, crazy bug. It's not crashing anymore. It's the variables that I had. Yeah, I just ran it 4 times. This is the 4th one. And yeah, no crash. So that means that it was one of these things in here. Probably the audio system or the audio typewriter. So we roll that back and now it's going to crash. I mean, it has to crash because this is what we tested originally. And I didn't change anything. Types are loaded dynamically on first usage of enclosing scope. So when you call a function, for example, it must load all types used inside that function. So if that type is somehow used, then all that types of properties would need to be loaded. Yeah, but this type isn't used. But yeah, maybe there's something else. Anyway, my guess is this is the audio system. Yeah, so now it's crashing again. All right, well, we only have 5 lines of code, right? Yeah. So, and we can get rid of these now too, I'm guessing, right? We're going to narrow this down to probably audio system. It's probably one of these 2 things. And I'm going to be very curious. By the way, if I end up filing a minimal repro in Godot, I expect like a ton of thumbs ups. That's what I want as payment. I want everyone to mash the reaction button for thumbs up. That'll make me feel good about myself. Might be related. Crash when overriding set. Is this specifically for Godot Mono? And is it a 6egv? No, I think this is different. Remove label. Okay, so this is crashing still. Yep. Okay, great. So we know. So, you know, I'm gonna check this in too. There's something, or like, yeah, remove more code. There's something wrong with architectoffice.cs, even when it's not being used anywhere. So commit this. Remove the labels. I mean, if you do know something and it does turn out to be the labels, I am very curious. Although, like I said, I think you should just tell me if you happen to know. Because, yeah, like I said, I don't want to be doing this work. This looks like a crash because we had orphan string names, but it didn't actually crash. Some other thing going on at closing time. Godot does some form of reflection and crawls every class. Yeah, it could be that. Okay, no crashes. Yeah, so it's these labels apparently, or just probably even just having one label. So this is our minimal repro. Well, this is in a file with a bunch of other, or a project with a bunch of other files. Our minimal repro should be like 3 files. And I wonder if we can get down to that point. Also, what does it even mean? If this is the problem, how is this happening in my project? Because I was using all the code that I had. First file you removed after the initial cleanup was actually the culprit. Yeah. What is null? That's a null assertion operator or null forgiving operator. Also, this is not super scientific. It might be that a certain amount of time needed to pass and I wasn't waiting for that amount of time. Because now it's not crashing. Then again, it might have been having 2 labels instead of just 1, which would be funny because I don't know why 2 would matter. Is it crashing at all? It's still not crashing. Maybe it's having multiple of these then? Multiple either labels or multiple types. Because yeah, I haven't seen it crash again. Like I said, it could just be a timing thing. Still hasn't crashed. What a day. Okay, so still no crash. So it was one of the other types combined with having the labels? Because I tried commenting out both labels, I believe. No crash now? Yeah, no crash now, but it was no crash when I had the first 3 variables and no crash when I just had the labels. So having all 5 matters somehow. I bet the audio system is part of the culprit, but let's just revert all of this and just get rid of the animation player and try this. Because again, we're trying to get to just some checkpoint where we have it crashing, and then we can check it in and be like, well, it wasn't the code we deleted. So now I expect it to crash. At least one of these times. It has not yet. What if it truly is having all 5 of those things there? Or having an animation player and a rich text label? Yeah, it hasn't crashed at all. All right, well, just to make sure I'm still sane, let's put that last line back in there. And now we should see a crash because I already tested this. Yeah, we have no changes in the repo, and I know that it crashed before. So this is just a sanity check. It should crash. And then I probably should have kept track of all these different combinations I was trying out. It's not guaranteed to be on the first time. Or maybe it's like fleetingly rare except in certain time ranges. Okay, so it just crashed at 8.6 seconds. Now we're testing at 6.5 seconds. And crashed there too. So yeah, having all 5 of these things is bad. If I only leave the first 3 lines, it's not just the first 3 lines though. If I get rid of the rich text label, it doesn't crash anymore. At least I think I tested this. But yeah, this is what's so difficult about this is I've been trying like a billion things in the last 2 days. Yeah, no crash. Let's let this run again. The other thing I should probably validate at some point is it the same crash that we were seeing before? Or did I just find some new thing? Yeah, it doesn't crash anymore. We need most of these lines for some reason. But I'm guessing we don't need 2 rich text labels. Let's try this now. And then we can say we got rid of 1 line. And then maybe try deleting like audio typewriter or something. But yeah, I do want to look into the generated scripts here and see what's happening. How boring is this work? And can I go delete other files and still keep this reproing? Should close. It's a fascinating puzzle. This current section of the puzzle is not very fun. And it's also not crashing. I need 2 rich text labels there. How does that make sense? I wonder if it's the name of something. Yeah, weird. It only crashes if I have all 5 of these lines here. I need second text line to be there. Whoops, what am I doing? I need second text line to be there and first text line. Do something radical and change the variable name? Yeah, sure. Oops. I don't understand why any of this has any impact. What if you remove ready? I'll try that out too. Shouldn't make a difference. Yeah. I wouldn't expect it to. I want to go look at the generated code. Yeah, it just crashed. So the variable name doesn't matter. It's crazy. Just crazy. Okay, yeah, let's remove ready. I think this won't repro because I thought we tried this earlier. Because I tried deleting all the functions and it wouldn't crash again, right? But yeah, I don't know. Has anything to do with 4.7 changes? Well, the crash I was getting originally was happening even on 4.6. So I don't know if it happened before that because I don't think I ever tested on 4.5 or anything. But I at least know that this is not exclusive to 4.7 because that's part of what caused me to update to 4.7 is I'm like, well, maybe it fixes the crash. And it didn't. Okay, yeah, so ready seems to be needed. So all of these lines seem to be needed except for maybe I could get rid of one of like audio typewriter or audio system or something, which I might as well try. But yeah, we've been unable to prune anything else out. So I've tried every combo except for deleting like individual ones of these. Let's go try that now. What if you add an additional variable? I want to come up with a minimal repro. So adding anything I want to avoid because it might be just a detail that puts someone down the wrong path. If project UID percent 7 equals 5. Yeah, it could be. All right, so is the audio typewriter necessary? God, what a crazy issue. And then, okay, let's say we just check this in and we say all these lines are necessary, which so far it seems like they are. Then, oh, maybe that's why ABC was saying change the name of the file so it doesn't start with an A. Because maybe when it's looking through a folder, it searches. Why would it sort though? Yeah, it doesn't happen. And let's try our final thing that I was thinking about, which is removing audio system. So commenting out any of these lines seems to cause it to not crash. Assign in the editor, just rule out as just the right amount of assigned stuff. Like you think having just 5 types of any kind in here is causing this? It could be. 5 null variables. No, that's too many. You gotta crash. Yeah, we could try it. I mean, might as well. Because, yeah, this is not crashing whenever I have only 4. Man. Okay, let's try it out. Let's go put this back to how it was. Comment everything, and go make 5 rich text labels. AAA, AAB, AAC, D, and E. And now we run this. And if this crashes, then I guess it doesn't matter what types we have. And that'll let us prune out all of this stuff from our repro too, which granted animation player and rich text label are built in, but we can get rid of audio system from here. Probably should be assigned, or the other ones are also empty. The other ones are also empty. This doesn't even, it isn't even related to a script anymore, or a scene, I mean. I deleted the scene file. So this is just a script that is referenced nowhere. And yeah, it doesn't seem like it's crashing anymore. So it needs to be some number of different types, but 2 labels. It could work. Based on the reserved memory size of the variables, pushing some existing memory. Yeah. It could be. And that's where deleting other files is going to make this. Oh, wait, it just crashed. Okay. Well. It crashed after 9 seconds. This one's after 7 and 6. I mean, out of curiosity, how many times will it crash if I run it like 5 more times? Bizarre, just bizarre. So it looks like it's maybe a 20 or 25% repro at this point. Or possibly we need to just wait a certain amount of time. I still think it's just some race condition that the more that's loaded or the more that needs to be cleaned up afterward, it's causing some problem. It's a mono issue. Now put 10 in and see if it crashes more often. If this is a mono issue, that'd be pretty crazy. Yeah, it's not happening now. So yeah, maybe it is based on just having more of these causes. That's a problem, because I just ran 5 times like that. If we, I don't know, let's just add in more. And yeah, see how this does anything. All right. And then if this crashes, I will try to prune out some other files. And yeah, see if we can get this down to just some totally minimal repro. Hey, it crashed. So does it crash more often? Like, can I cram a file just full of nothings? Yeah, it's crashing 2 out of 2 times so far. If it crashes again, I'll just stop this. I don't need to wait for 5 times. Yeah, it's crashing every time now. I'll use 3 variables max. Challenge coding. All right, so let's delete all this. Try one more time. That way I can check this in. That this somehow matters. It's just nuts to me. Yeah, nuts. Hey, Melaneth. Yep, just crashed. Okay. Well, we have another step in the puzzle here. Okay, so change architect office to make repro more consistent. Each of the original 5 variables seemed necessary. So I think it's just a quantity problem. All right, check that in. Instead of race condition. Yeah. So now we're going to go try to delete other bits of code and try to get this down to something that I can submit in a repro. So could we, from main, just not even load another game? Like, what if we didn't do setup initial game here? Will this still repro? So now it's going to load, I think, a blank scene, like just gray. Yeah. And then after some amount of time, no, it won't close anymore because I think I accidentally, I commented this out. Yeah, this should have been up here. There. Now let's try running that. Because if so, we can cut out all the farming stuff. And yarn spinner and whatever else. We delete like 75% of the code base. So if this blank screen causes the issue, and I really hope it does, because that would let me, oh, what's that? Index out of bounds. Oh yeah, whoops. That's my bad. That's because we're trying to queue free the current game, which doesn't exist. Yeah, we don't do this either. Okay, let's try that. Feel responsible for many gray hair that I'm starting to sprout. You know, I still think the craziest bug that I've debugged to this day was a problem. Wait, let me start this before I talk about this. A problem that I ran into with AWS Fargate. I was getting, I was working on Botland back in the day, and I was running on some servers that were in Fargate, and the performance just tanked for some reason. And I had to do a lot of investigating on my side to find out that when you'd schedule on certain machines, they would actually give you a weaker machine than what you tried scheduling on. And they're like, yep, that's the bug. And the thing that was eye-opening to me then is they gave me credit, like, I don't know, $400 of AWS credits or something. And I'm like, yeah, but what about all the other people who were unknowingly running on these weaker machines? And they just never responded to that email. Because, yeah, what are you going to do? Go credit all your customers back if there's something they didn't notice? Like, yeah. Is there no linters for these issues? This is not like a known issue. It's like if you had a 0-day bug and you're like, well, why didn't something catch my 0-day bug? It's like, well, no one knew about it to be able to prevent against this sort of thing. Try adding base ready. I did not know. I don't want to add to the code if I can help it. It seems like cutting out the farming game makes it so this doesn't repro. Or you remove that file, put those variables in another file, just to make 100% sure it's just the existence of the variables alone. Well, the goal now, what I want to keep doing is like pruning what I have to get to the point where we only have necessary code. And it turns out entering the farming game is necessary, or maybe having this code be run from there. So I'm going to revert this. Remove the null just to make sure. I guess that would get it even smaller. Oh, whoops, I gotta remove the equal signs too. Non-nullable field isn't uninitialized. Yeah. What I would need to change these to question marks then. This is just gonna set them to null anyway, though. I mean, I guess I'll try this. Pixel rendering bug. Errors monitor. It'll compile to the same. But that means that it should crash, right? Which at least means that I could just delete all that. Oh, the font peaks. That was fun. Yeah, okay, it's still crashing. Oh my god, stop it. Okay. No, it still didn't stop. Huh. There we go. Move node 2D. I mean, then it wouldn't inherit from Godot at all. I'm not sure though, but I don't want to keep messing around with this file. I want to find out how I can delete other things here. So delete null forgiving operators. So I want to go back to main and farming game. So can I delete all of the, like almost all of this now? What if all I did is get this node and run this? And pretty much nothing else. Yeah, what if I try this? All right, yeah. So a bunch of other things are going to fail as knock-on effects, but we could get rid of that too. But we can't get rid of initialized starting state. No, we probably could. You know, let's just try deleting everything. We're just going to try deleting everything. I think we need to have yarn spinner involved. And I think there's something about how it's handling async. And I think specifically we were getting a reference to one of their scripts that was a problem. So this stuff needs to get deleted too. And if we have a physics process, no, we don't. Okay. And then with yarn spinner, I'm going to need to start cutting through some of their code too, so that I don't have to have the Godot people look through everything. So the question is, does this still crash? It's not happening 100% of the time, but yeah, if deleting code in unused scripts causes a problem, then deleting code in the script that gets used could change the outcome, which is why this is so rough. Yeah, it's not crashing at all now. I'm concerned that I will never be able to isolate this because of how precarious this repro is. Yeah, it didn't crash at all. I ran it 6 times, 5 here and once in the editor. And all I did is start cutting out some code inside of this. So I don't know, now we reintroduce some of that code and find out what could have caused this. Yeah, let's start over here. I mean, right, what else are we going to do? Oh, I added some, this doesn't matter. I added some extra comments because I just selected the whole function. All right, so we'll start with just this stuff. Go down to iris fade, that's here. I guess we could do that. Yeah, let's just comment the whole thing back in. Find out if it came from here or not. Okay, there. Now we run this. So does it crash again? Don't even know what code crash thing. Yeah, and I don't think git bisect would help here. I think it's going to point to a commit that would say like added yarn spinner, and I'll be like, yeah, it's okay. We can't remove yarn spinner. That's, and I already know what line of code is I could remove in my code that would have stopped this crash from happening. It was the start dialog function. Okay, so it seems like it's nothing in here. I tested this before, and I think it came down to initializing our zones. But I don't know why. I need to figure that out. If you solve, can you put a note in Discord? Yeah, no matter what, by the end of the day, I want to... Where'd that issue go? I want to put it in the Godot issue. This. So if I can't get a repro, I'll just be like, look, I spent another, whatever, 8 hours on this or something. But hopefully we do figure it out. So no crashes. Yeah, no crashes. I'll let this last one finish because it already started, but I don't think it's going to crash. So that means that it was something else. So it's not anything in here. Yeah, it could be this. Yeah, let's just try that. Just add this code back in until it crashes again. I mean, it was crashing practically 100% of the time before all this. Yeah, now it's not. I'll try one more time. I think it's going to be other parts of this function. It's still strange. I don't really feel like I can reason about why this is happening. All right, so let's put those things back in. And then that's all the code that I changed, right? Then just input got deleted. I'd be very surprised if it came from input. But you never know at this point. I went through this process already and I just found, yeah, seemingly random places. And it made me think, what is it, button sounds? Then I comment out that code and there was no change. And yeah. Also, what time is it? 11:01. Okay. We're fine for now, although I need to take another break soon. This won't crash. It's going to be the player input function. Yeah, it's not going to crash. All right, well, let's just cut out of this stuff. I don't care. Because it's the only thing that I have changed now, right? There's no other change in this file. It's literally just the input function. So commenting this back in causes it to crash. And again, none of this code is being executed. I mean, I guess if it's a check all the types that are used, we'd be loading in hotbar code that we didn't have before this. Maybe that's it. It was your controller the whole time. Actually, I guess we are getting, yeah, now it's crashing. It might be. The controller's probably spamming it with input events right now. I didn't actually think about that. In fact, actually, if I unplug the controller, let's try this. Let's just find out for a sec. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that just be a hoot? I don't even need to rebuild because all I did is unplug my controller. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Well, it didn't crash, but that doesn't really mean anything yet. Oh my god, if it turns out to be this. Oh. Although it also had to do with that other file that we had too. Like what? It's a combination of these things. But yeah, it's not happening anymore. Stick drift. It is actually like it's spamming input events. Yeah, it's not happening now. Okay, hold on. So that was 5 runs and it didn't happen at all. I'm gonna plug in the controller. We're not gonna rebuild. Just gonna do one of these. Plug in the controller. Press the button. Okay, it's on. Now I'm gonna set it down. And we're gonna run 5 more times. Did have a hard time to repro this. I think we can. Okay, now it's crashing. Yeah, I think we can come up with a repro that would hit this because we can simulate the crazy amount of events that I'm hitting, right? Yeah, now it's happening consistently. So we ran it 5 times without the controller plugged in. And so far 2 times. It's crashed both times. And it's happened 3 times. Why would it be spamming inputs? Because the dead zones are misconfigured. So even though the stick looks like it's neutral, it's actually off by just a little bit. So it's like I'm holding it to the side, which then spams a bunch of events. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy because I still don't know what's causing this. And it's possible that every event is getting an allocation underneath the hood, and then Godot tries to like clean them all up at once or something, and I don't know, there's some garbage collector run. This is an interesting bug. Also, this like really threw a wrench in it. And yeah, thank you, Magnus, for even suggesting this. I really should have been giving out points to everybody else too, but wow. Wow. Okay, so what's happening here? We're just calling this a bunch of times. I don't think it's actually doing anything, right? We should never actually be stepping into either of these, except for maybe is performing action. I don't know. Let's put a breakpoint there and there. And then just debug this. So I don't think either one of those gets hit. No, this does get hit. But then we don't do anything within this. Yeah, we never actually hit these lines. All right, yeah, sure. It's functionally identical to what I was talking about. But does this have side effects? It calls get current node, which does not have a side effect, but does call into Godot. I wonder if we just got rid of that. But why does the architect office stuff matter here at all? Maybe because input is getting hit on that node 2D as well? And just the... No, it's not. It's on the scene tree. Yeah, why does that make sense? Okay. Maybe it's these causing allocations. Like let's just try returning true. Yeah. Let's try that. All right, yeah, I gotta take a break pretty soon, but I want to see if this crashes or not. Also, can we stop waiting like 5 seconds? I wonder if the waiting 5 seconds is the like controller input going nuts. I also wonder why this didn't happen in Godot ever. That could have been just timing changing. This did not crash. No, it did not crash. So it seems like this function is important too. It's doing a bunch of... Oh, did I just full screen that? It's doing a bunch of... Oh, come on. That's going to fight me. Why does it try to close it? If I can just do it in faster than... No, I can't. All right, whatever. We'll just wait for it to finish because I can't fight it. Oh, man. Can't wait to figure out what this is. Oh yeah, this definitely informs a minimal repro. We need a controller. We need a script that does nothing. We need at least 10 variables to be declared. We might need yarn spinner. I'm waiting for this. This should be the final run. And ad's going to start in 30 seconds, so I want to take my break. No. All right, whatever. Just quit out of this manually. I don't care. All right. No, stop it. Why is it? It's like switching away. I can't. Oh, there. I didn't know you could do that. Nice. All right, so the final one shouldn't have crashed because I manually closed that. None of them crashed. Interesting. Okay, so this is what we should pursue when I come back from my break. And that's the only change we have, right? Yep, that's the only change. Interesting indeed. All right, is it jump time? I'll be back in a little bit. It's jump time. Okay, welcome back to the thrilling, not quite conclusion of this repro hunt. Close the game. So where we left off was we found out that my controller is spamming events and this code is potentially problematic. I don't know how this has to do with the architect office stuff though. I still don't get that. But, I don't get that. But how about this? Let's start pruning out code with this in mind. Do we even need to enter the farming game for this? Like, why did... I have so many questions. How about we start with a basic one? How about we revert all this and I get rid of the start dialogue call, which is right there. Does this repro? Because I thought this had to do with Yarn Spinner this entire time. And maybe having another node that's also listening for input events is problematic. Maybe there's just a critical mass of input listeners or something. Like we need 40 nodes in the hierarchy. I don't know. Oh, this is never gonna succeed now. It'll never close because main is waiting for something to stop that never stops. Stop dialogue runner here. Yeah. We can't do that anymore. But like I said, I could have sworn I was testing this earlier and it didn't crash, but maybe I didn't have my controller plugged in for that time. I didn't realize this could possibly be related to a controller issue. It did not crash. So does it ever crash? Because this would make this pretty annoying. Like if Yarn Spinner is involved at all, and I think it is somehow, then we need to start pruning their code too. I unplugged my controller at some point during this testing yesterday. Yeah, okay, so it does seem like Yarn Spinner is required for this. And that makes sense because I did a whole bunch of low-level debugging and we found out like which file is being held on to. And the only way for that to be held on to is for us to run Yarn Spinner. So let's cut out of this stuff. All right, let's put this back to what it was. So can I delete all the other code then? Let's go find out. Like, I get rid of this. This should be fine. Let's just start with that. There's an event listener pool that in combination with the amount of things listening to input and the spam from the controller, it's hitting the bounds of that pool. Yeah, I don't know though. That's a problem. And like, if we can just get this to a minimal repro, the Godot team could almost certainly figure this out. So it'd just be a matter of still pruning this stuff down. Auto run and exit, a little bit less tease. Yeah, I figured it was time to do this yesterday. Hey, Jesta. Okay, we're getting to a point where we can test this. We need this to be here. This is why we can't just cut out the player completely, because this would do playback.getCurrentNode. The playback being the playback of an animation tree. So I guess we need an animation node state machine, or possibly we just need something that gives us a string name that we can compare against other string names. Let's try this, because I don't think this is actually what's important here. I think we just need to do this part. And the rest of this shouldn't matter. So we just need this to be some kind of string name. Let's do Godot string names. No, I think it probably needs to be an engine call that gets one though. Do we have an animation player? No, we don't. I could get one, or we could get any other string name, right? This just needs to be, yeah, literal string name. Okay, so maybe just name. There, that might work. And then set this Boolean, and then if cur node equals or just this, then return. Or maybe print. That way it can't compile this or like optimize this out. All right, now what is the problem with this? Bool, bail, never true. There we go. All right, does this crash? Because this means we don't even need the player. And yeah, any simplification we can make would be fantastic. I mean, it used to crash 100% of the time. I think it did at least. And now it's not crashing. We might need to fetch it specifically from an animation tree. It's not crashing. Oh, man. I wonder if you just like, maybe that's why moving the mouse did something earlier, because it's also spamming input events. I'm going to just move the mouse. The controller should already be spamming events too. No, I didn't change anything. Okay, well, let's close out of this. So something else was necessary. We don't have a player here, but we could add an animation tree through the farming game. One of those days. Yeah, it's definitely one of those days. And Godot just crashed. No, wait, no, it didn't. That was weird. It does sometimes crash when I change scenes, but in this case, we're fine. All right, so we want to go get, I don't care about this. We want to go get an animation tree, add animation tree. And then we want to add in a animation node state machine. And then we want, what do we get? I want to figure out what playback is and how we fetch it. Animation node state machine playback, animation tree, get parameters playback. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, so we have an animation tree here now. Yeah, so I do this in the farming game. I guess we could say var for this. Okay, we gotta go save this thing. What is this? There. Good. All right, so now we save this inside of ready so that we can fetch it from input. So we do this, get current node. Okay, now does that crash? So now we're doing what player would have done. But I also cut out a bunch of other code. And yeah, this is such a tenuous repro that I don't know what's going to happen. No crash. So something else is required here. I wonder what happens if I just start moving the sticks around like this. It shouldn't make a difference because it already thinks it's doing that from the controller's point of view. Was it a function call that might have mattered here? I really need a way of like properly terminating all these runs. Or do we have many players? Such that checking this... No, there couldn't be many players. That wouldn't make sense. Although we did check if is action just pressed by event. Okay, so maybe these are important. I mean, anything is possible at this point. Stuff I would not have thought is possible is actually possible. So we're just going to put that in. And yeah, if never true. Wait, no. We just say true here. So we just delete the if. I don't think the if is important. I think the internal one is important. There. Adding replayability. Yep. Yep. Now you're thinking. This might cause it to happen, in which case you need to call this Godot function. No, there's some other difference here then. This would be so much easier if I understood what was going on in that architectoffice.cs file that I had, because changing code there that was never being run would impact the outcome of the repro. So it makes me think that we have some like load-bearing code that is not obviously load-bearing because it doesn't even need to be executed. So maybe what I think is innocuous is not actually, it's required. And there's just no indication that it's required. But yes, this is not reproing at all. So let's close out of this. So there's some other change I need to make. Yeah, the only change I have right now is inside farminggame.cs. I no longer fetch all these nodes. Maybe that's required. Yeah, maybe it's required. So let's fetch them again. Can I just check in this whole block? Yes. Okay, let's try that now. First time I've seen their content. It was very interesting. Who did I raid yesterday? Oh my god. I don't recall. TCAP. Oh, yeah. Yeah, his game is really coming along. Yeah. I think it's neat to drop in every once in a while to someone's project and see how they've been developing it. But watching every single day would probably be a little bit much for me. Okay. So yeah, I'm not reproing this anymore. There's still some other change. Some other change that's important. Could be this. Could be this. And we're running out of things it could be because that's pretty much the rest of the file. Yep. So it pretty much had to be one of those two things, right? So let's try running this. Should crash now. If it doesn't, it turns out it was because I was accessing this directly through player, that there was something about its animation tree that made this important. Maybe because there are transitions happening. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe this is somehow tied to animation tree. And also dialogue running. No, it just crashed. Okay. Neat. All right, we shaved off another tiny little bit of this. Twitch decided I had no chat box. Well, you can type once a month now. Thank you, Why Nots, for the resub. Happy quarter of a year. All right, neat. So yeah, we cut out the player check here. I mean, I guess we can delete this now. Can I delete the code from ready now, finally? No, maybe not. Why was this stuff necessary down here? Why did any of this matter? So that it would set the player? Maybe that's why? Zone init. None of this stuff. I don't think this did anything. No, I don't think this did anything. I think it was initialize starting state. I think this is the important function. And I think the reason why is because this will call this function, which will set the player. Yeah, set current player. I think this part's needed. Hard to know for sure. But yeah, can we just delete everything else? Or should I check in what I've done? Have I cut out anything yet? Oh, I changed some things. Yeah, I want to try this out. So initialize starting state. Can we delete this and this? Now that I'm realizing how many pieces there are to this, yeah, it would have been very tough to make a repro from scratch. Like I wouldn't have tried controller support or something. You don't need controller support actually. You just need the controller to be plugged in. Also, this is now no longer crashing. So loading the environment mattered. I think this is just having a critical mass of nodes in the scene tree. It crashed there. So it's not happening 100% of the time now. At least it didn't from the editor. It crashed again. Wait, why didn't it crash from the editor then? Huh, strange, it just didn't. And is that 3 crashes? 1, 2. No, just 2 so far. So yeah, it's not 100%. Yeah, I wonder if we just need a bunch of nodes in the scene tree. And I wonder if starting the yarn spinner thing just happens to put a bunch of nodes in the scene tree. It doesn't put them in the scene tree though. It's already there in the scene tree. They're here no matter what. Is that true? I think that's true. Yeah, I think it's true. This stuff's already there. All right, well, yeah, we got rid of these things. I still think set current zone immediate is needed. I am going to go delete some other stuff. Yeah. And then farming player changed somehow. How did it change? This doesn't matter. Okay, so this crashes about half the time now. Change some code. I think we still rely on initializing the farming state, but yeah, an input is important. My controller also needs to be plugged in to spam events. However, we don't need to check the player. Check a string name on the player. Yeah. All right. Did I get rid of anything from here? I mean, we can delete this stuff. And this. And all of that. All right. What else can we do? The caller of this also initializes the zones, which what does this do? Dialog complete. That shouldn't matter. And loading the environment also shouldn't matter. We should be able to just cut these things out. At which point this is now a pointless function, which means we could just stop calling it. All right. Does it still repro? I'm debating now. How do I feel if this lasted the rest of this week? Okay, it crashed still. Good. Yeah. So cut out more code. We don't need to initialize the zone. That's good to know. Check that in. We should be able to pull this back. So now this doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure. This shouldn't matter. And then what does this stuff do? We remove it from the scene entirely. We don't need this. Set farming game actually is necessary here. Audio system probably isn't. Imagine how great the weekend is going to feel. Yeah, it feels a little bit bad right now because even if we do solve this, it's like I already spent 2 days. Like spending the first half day, okay, sure, whatever. That was part of it. But yeah, this probably didn't need to happen this way. Hey, Sorrow, it's going okay. We're making some progress on this ridiculous issue. All right, I'm going to cut out some more stuff. And we'll hopefully still repro this. Next thing I should do is try cutting out the amount of time we're waiting. It'd be nice to just have it go like blam, 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 and tell me, oh, it reproed 3 times or something. But right now we're adding in artificial delays. Yeah, so it just crashed. Great. All right, let's check that into. Remove more code. This still causes a crash. Yeah. The tedium of getting through it. Once you get there, it'll be a dopamine hit at the end. Yeah, but this is for solving some purpose. It's not just getting a trillion points. But yeah, I get it. And I mean, the other thing too is like, I don't need to get it. People are doing it. So it means that there must be some motivation for them. And maybe it's just a badge of no one has ever done this before. Or just showing that they can keep their mind to something. What was I about to do? Something I thought was pretty important. Oh yeah, lowering the delay. So we have a rand range somewhere. Yeah, this. What if I just set the wait time to a second? Would it still repro? Because this will shave off an average of 6.5 seconds, which, I mean, would be nice. So yeah, does it happen? It didn't there. Oops. No, it doesn't crash, I think. I wonder what we're waiting for something to fill up, basically. Like waiting. Yeah, I kind of wonder, what do we even need to set this to? What's the minimum amount of time to consistently crash this? And if I waited 15 seconds, would it always crash? Because if so, then we could also just run it once or twice. Yeah, let's try that. Set this to 15. I wonder if it'll just always crash. Because running 5 times at an average of 7.5 extra seconds and not having it crash all the time would be, it's worse than just running it once at 15 seconds and it's like 100% chance. It didn't crash. All right. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, weird. There's some like sweet spot for this. Or it's not, well, yeah, or it's just a race condition. Maybe what this comes down to is like something's getting, like the pool size of whatever's underneath all of this needs to be a certain amount. And when we happen to wait like 7 seconds, it happens. But if we wait an extra 2, it won't. But then waiting 3 will make it happen. And that we're actually doing things the best possible way by just randomly picking a number from 5 to 10. Although it is strange that it hasn't crashed at all. Nah, I think you might be delayed, in which case, I guess. Yeah, it's in the middle of resizing some collection. Yeah, weird. This isn't happening at all now. Let me try again. I wonder if we're chipping away at the reproducibility of this by pruning out code. Or, I mean, did I make any other change that was... What else is in here that's different? Just a commented out line. This should crash. Huh. Otherwise, I wouldn't have committed. Ah, there it is. All right, so I waited 7.9 seconds that time. But 6.8 either wasn't enough or, hit some part of the sine wave where this wouldn't work. Yeah, 7.7 it happened. Oh, it coincidentally chose 6.8 again. And coincidentally didn't crash again. And now it chose a number very close to the last ones that it had chosen. And it crashed. So it's lending credence to the whole, like, wait about 8 seconds. Maybe we should just set that. In fact, I have a hard-coded thing here saying to wait exactly 7.48 because that's when it happened once. But yeah, it seems like about 7.8 seconds is probably pretty decent. Do you do these repro attempts in a fresh branch with commits so you can unwind decisions as you find evidence? This time I'm doing it in a fresh branch because I want to keep deleting code. I don't plan to unwind the commits because I'm only making a commit once we know that it's crashing. But a lot of times the repros are so straightforward that it's like, at most I'd make one commit maybe. So I don't tend to do it in a different branch. All right, so now what? Now we go through and delete even more code. All right, so I think all this stuff that's in ready is unnecessary. We also don't need this here. Start dialogue, yeah. Oh, wait, no, actually, wait, what? Hold on a second. Figure a way. We never set this to anything, right? I wonder if I deleted this now or if I deleted it a while ago. You'll win next year. All right. So force animation say this shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter. We just need runner.start dialogue. Oh no, I'm calling this directly. Yeah, that's why none of this matters. We're not calling start dialogue anymore. I want to delete all the stuff that's not being used. Player tried going north. Can talk to sidekick. Talk to sidekick. Fade screen. Set music level based on zone. Deplete energy. Yeah, none of this stuff should matter. This is starting to lag. I wonder why. Set current zone on next frame. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need this stuff. Set player input enabled. We don't even need this. All right, I'm doing this thing though where I'm deleting quite a lot of code again, which it's probably going to change the repro and then things are going to start going wrong. And this is lagging so badly that I can't even scroll smoothly. Set current zone with fade. Debug function. All right, so now we don't want half of these things to be here. And that. And input now. Yeah, I'm just going to restart the editor. This is getting a little out of control. Let's go. I'm starting to struggle. This is like adding 10 rich text labels. Or hopefully this is back to the regular speed. Let's go look at input. Whoops. Yeah, I don't check for his player input enabled. So can we run this? I don't even know if we can. I deleted a lot of code, and yeah, that probably had some effect here. But we can go fix all this stuff. So what is this? On dialog completed. This should never be called. Which means this shouldn't be called. Which means none of this matters. Good. Actually, nothing we even do in player should matter. I'm eventually going to delete the entire thing. I really want to know what's causing all this stuff. All right. Just a few more. There we go. So now we should be able to run it. Will it crash? Because if it does crash, we just got rid of a lot more code. Quite a few people invest in finding out what's causing this now. Yeah. I think even if we repro this though, like it's going to be a question of can the Godot team repro it and how small is the repro such that they're able to find what they need to find from it. My guess is this might not happen anymore and I might need to change this amount. So I'll let this run one more time. Actually, you know what? We could probably just do this as it's running, right? Yeah, just put this back to here and then just hit build while it's doing this. Yeah, so now it won't wait 7.8 seconds the next time around because none of those crashed. Now it chooses a random time. And I bet it's like slightly different from 7.8, you know, plus or minus a half second, but we'll never know. Or maybe I stopped it from reproing ever. That's the difficulty with this, is that every little change it's so sensitive to. No breaks. Why? What did I do? I don't want negative reviews. Gotta fix the bug. Wonder how much something like this would matter. Having this here, but in a function that's never called. Because that's what I think this is coming down to. Although it could just be a timing problem. We could just run this again and try to investigate while it's running. But yeah, of all of these things, I think it is most likely to be the farming game changes. These maybe? Weren't there 3 objects leaked? I think so. Yeah, it's not crashing anymore. Man, this is so hard to find. It'd be easy to add some logging inside Godot for more info. Yeah, I never really thought about that. But yeah, maybe it is. All right, so do these matter? I mean, these functions don't even exist anymore. But maybe we go add them again. On player entered house. So this should be back. Like, do we need this here? Is this important? Set current zone on next frame. Maybe it should just be the task stuff. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe I'm deleting stuff that uses a task and just having task in here is causing some problem. Dot call next frame. Like, what if we do nothing in here? And then I go delete anything else that's red. Yeah. Is this run? If this causes the problem, then this also probably sheds some light on what's going wrong. Which is that it's something about on player entered house. Either that there's a task, that there's an extension, that there's a lambda being passed into the extension. It's not crashing though. It's not crashing. Yeah. So there's something else that I cut out that was important. What a shame. I mean, yeah, we could put all this stuff back in, I guess. We could put it in one at a time. Yeah, no crashes. It's been no crashes for a while, though. Also, that before quit thing shouldn't be printing out. Because it doesn't matter. Yeah. All right, well, back to putting stuff in again. So player went to farm. On player entered farm. I wonder, what I want to do is delete the entire farming game and just have this run on one scene. Even then, like maybe the repro would be small enough. I'm going to just keep adding stuff in until this crashes again. All right, what's next? This. Player entered community center. Why didn't that load the diff? Entered community center. Cool. Put this here. Try running that. And we're going to eventually find what function is causing this. Although, can't stress this enough. This file threw everything out the window that I knew about what's happening here. When we had just 2 rich text labels, nothing went wrong. When we have 10, something goes wrong. So maybe me having 7 arbitrary listeners is causing this problem somehow. If waiting for the finish clears the bug, would it be worth it to manually walk all the things and find what still has uncleared things? I don't think I totally know what you mean. Yeah. Change these to object. I mean, we're not getting a crash right now anyway. There's multiple pieces of this puzzle that need to be in place. And probably Architect Office has nothing to do with it anymore. So I don't know. I'm gonna put these things back in. Started sidekick dialogue and tried going north. So none of this code is ever being hit. But we need this to exist anyway. Yeah, actually I'm kind of curious. What if we deleted Architect Office again? This isn't gonna crash. What if we deleted it again? The file that's never used. Would the crash get fixed? And like, I have no explanation for what's going on here. I would like to stop all of these. I ran this in some way last time such that I could just stop them all at once. So things I can't explain. Why did changing architect office.cs matter if it was never being referenced anywhere or run? I needed 10 rich text labels. Having just 2 wouldn't crash. And then, yeah, what does the controller have to do with this? What does yarn spinner have to do with this? Why do I need to wait 5+ seconds? Oh yeah, why doesn't this repro in Godot? That's just that it doesn't print in Godot. Why doesn't this happen on a release build? If I still haven't gotten this working yet. On player entered town. This function doesn't even exist, does it? It exists. Does it do anything? Yeah. So what else is different here? Set yarn variables isn't a thing. Start dialogue after warm-up. Is it the existence of one of these functions? Am I doing some kind of code structure that causes C# to do something differently? Or fade screen or any of this? You know what? We can try putting all those back in a sec. Yeah, I can just blanket put them back. And then we'll find out that, yeah, it's one of the functions that's not being run. This is very tedious. Yeah, all right, then let's just put them all back. So first, before I do that, I want to copy paste them all and figure out what we're doing. Again, all this is dead code. So I'm going to click this, and now possibly the game will crash. Dead code I just added back in. Did it fail? It failed. Because we don't have these things anymore. I'll just delete it. All right, did it run? It ran. Does it crash? No. Thank you, Diginanigans. I appreciate it. Yeah, I said this at the beginning of the stream when someone wished me good luck, but I need all the luck I can get for finding this. It's just so bizarre. Yeah, I'm going to close out the rest of these. And then I'm only going to run this 3 times from now on. Remind me later. Or even 2, I don't know. So there's some other change. We got to go find out what the other change is. Yeah, I'll just put this stuff back in too. Why not? What happened to set yarn variables though? I guess that got deleted. So is it a problem with having just this file look like that? Because now what? There's almost no change to any of this stuff. Set current zone with fade doesn't exist. There's where it's supposed to be. And then that called set player input. We probably don't need that. All right, we try again. Out of curiosity, has anyone else chimed in on this bug? Probably not. Like, I wonder if they said, oh, I just recognize what the issue is. Wouldn't that be great? No. All right, did it crash? No. I deleted other code too. No, still not crashing. Similar to this closed bug from 2014. There are some bugs that have been open for quite a while in Godot. And I always wonder, like, are they affecting a lot of people? Is it just hard to get details on? All right, so the weird thing here is I don't think we've changed anything meaningful. We got rid of set player input enabled. And that's it. And deplete energy, I guess. Like, none of these functions were called in the first place. How is this stopping the bug from happening? I mean, I was printing right before quitting. It's possible that that had something to do with this. But yeah, otherwise I don't get it. I don't get what could cause it. All right, let's try this. Let's try putting this back in. The your house interior code. Again, code that should probably never, well, we can't keep that. Should probably never really get used or matter. Because you never actually enter your house. Oh, you do enter your house though, don't you? Yeah, you start in your house because I changed this when I was testing something yesterday. Okay, so maybe that has an impact. Maybe not. I'm going to try the print right before quitting. I don't know if it was significant, but yeah, we're not getting any crashes now. So just put this back and try again. So I just ran 3 times. It didn't crash. I have deleted such seemingly innocuous code. I gotta get lunch pretty soon. Yeah, I gotta get lunch pretty soon. This is nuts. This is just absolutely nuts. Or what if the window just needs the focus or something while the game is running? What have I changed? Those are just comments. There's set player input enabled. I deleted that from everywhere. And deplete energy. And this is all set player input enabled did anyway. And it wasn't even being called as far as I know. All right, let's just put it back in. Actually, if I do put it back in, then I'm pretty much just undoing the entire commit that I've done, right? There's practically no other change. I guess we did set the input enabled to false. All right, yep, let's go do it. Because I don't have any other ideas. And I'm getting a little bit sick of this. So I want, not that. This. I want this to exist. And then in your house interior, I want to change this. So did that have an input or an impact? Excuse me. There's so little else that changed that, yeah, I would expect this to start crashing again. I just don't have an explanation as to why. It's not crashing. Did farming game try changing it, I wonder? Let's look at the diff again. Farming game did this over here. Player init audio system. Player.init this audio system here. Set current player. And it would set this equal to whatever it currently was. I mean, sure. Why not? Set music level based on zone. This is inside of a tween. The tween would never be called. Deplete energy. I don't think that matters. On dialogue complete should have never been hooked up. That stuff shouldn't matter. Set player, but I just realized, you know what might be good, and this was Melon I was kind of talking about. What if I just committed after everything I did? And then I'm like, oh, what just changed? I could just go back one. That might be the smart move to make here. All right, would any of this get called? No. I want to look at community center and just make certain about that. Whoops. But yeah, that's it. All right, so we go look at community center. And trigger cutscene, dialogue completed. Yeah, none of this should matter. So if I run this, we should be back in the crash state. And the only thing that I just changed was some call to set player input enabled. And I set it to what it was already set to. And it crashed. What? What is going on? Yeah, I had... Where was that code? This right here. If I comment this out, it's the difference between crashing and not crashing. Do I use AI at all? If not, why? I've got my whole AI answer stuff in this command, Nezzy. Yeah, welcome in. Okay, yeah, now it doesn't crash. I don't think it'll ever crash again. I think this is somehow significant. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah. Oh, it did crash. Well, we need to figure out what else I had changed here. So this line doesn't matter. Yeah, I should have committed every time. Okay, let's just run it again. I'll just, if it crashes now, I'll check this in and I'll say I just deleted a couple of calls. And then we can try to figure out, yeah, where to go from here. Could also just be a timing thing. I wonder if it's ever crashed. No, it's definitely crashed once in 5 seconds, right? Maybe not. Maybe 5.6 seconds is never long enough to wait. It's only trying low times right now. It crashed up here when it was at 9.6. I literally just deleted a commented out line. That should have no impact on anything. And it's definitely crashing before that. So I think this is just a timing problem. Yeah, I should probably just always have a wait like 7 to 10 seconds. Yeah, there it just crashed because it waited 8 seconds. All right, rand range, let's just up this 7 to 10. Yeah, somewhere in that range seems to be working. Well, working to crash it. Man. just can't believe this problem. Okay, well, it didn't happen there. How many seconds did it wait? 8. Whoops. 0.1. And this is from printing right before we're about to quit, which for all I know is actually relevant. In which case we could just try printing like 100 things before we go to quit. Man, if this is at the intersection of like 4 different systems, some like C# script getting registered, a million controller events, trying to print right before quitting. Maybe if I ran this verbose, it would crash more often. I should try that. That could be the difference between the release build and not. Yeah, I'm going to just pass in -- verbose and see if this changes the outcome. Because this will try printing a bunch of stuff before we quit. And that's what I'm doing from the editor. No, it didn't crash. Well, it's kind of hard to tell where one run starts and the other begins, but I don't see all the crash stuff. It prints out like 200 orphan nodes. No, I don't think this is it. All right. So I think it's got to be an actual printout here. So we change this to just do whatever. Oh my god. Wouldn't this be hilarious? All right, so let's get the original thing that was there. Let's just keep that there. And let's change this to hello world. I'm intentionally interpolating strings so it concatenates here. And then I want to do in I equals 0, I is less than 50, I plus plus. Okay. Is that significant? Does printing a bunch of times before quitting help suss out this problem? And if it does, do we need to run this for 9 seconds still? It didn't crash there. I'm gonna delete the verbose this time. Yeah, I don't know if this matters. The other thing the old line was doing though is making a function call to the garbage collector. Yeah. Hey EP. Stress testing. Yeah, I mean it kind of is in a way, but not really. Like printing shouldn't really put any meaningful stress on the system. I was just curious if it would change the timing of something. God, this is so tricky. Stress testing, yes, definitely that. Okay, so yeah, this doesn't seem to matter. But if I put this old print here and then delete these, it will crash. Gotta be a function call right before quitting. Maybe it's got to be an asynchronous function call right before quitting. Yeah, it just crashed. Okay, I think this is significant. What is collection count doing? Is this in... Okay, it's calling this. I mean, there's a throw if negative. That this is presumably an O of... Oh, no, it's passed in. Okay, yeah, so that doesn't matter. And then this method implementation internal call. Okay. I don't know if this goes into native code and it's marshalling. It wouldn't be asynchronous. But what's inside the native... No, it can't be asynchronous. We're not awaiting it. Yeah, it's native. Okay. So there's some marshalling happening there. So what if we just call this a bunch of times? What if it's probably not even the printing that matters. It's probably just this that matters. 1 and 2. We don't do anything with the results. We put that inside of a for loop. And then try running that. It did not crash. I mean, the printing could be relevant. And concatenating several strings could be relevant too, because that's an allocation. which then does need to be cleaned up. I don't know. I mean, we could just put this back in. It wasn't 100% repro rate beforehand anyway. Yeah. There are too many issues intersecting, I think. It just crashed. Okay, what is the occurrence rate of this? With what the current code is. Because it just did it once, and now I'm running 3 more times. Does it crash every time? Yes. That's 2 out of 2 now. So there's something important about printing or concatenating or calling into the garbage collector. And it doesn't seem like it's calling into the garbage collector. Yeah, now it's crashing every single time. This is the craziest thing that I still have no idea what's going on for, that I've probably ever tried investigating. Yeah, it crashed every single time. And a testament to how you can get closer to figuring out a solution while having no idea what's going on. It's a very sour. And use an engine to streamline coding and end up debugging GC related intermittent bugs. I don't know if this is garbage collector related exactly. Like, these function calls maybe could be anything. In fact, we could try that out. Private int fake GC call return 5. All right, now we just replace these. There. Let's see if this repros. $13 objects leaked. I probably should have taken a look at that. Did it print over here? Oh, it did. I think the reason this happens is because depending on where this crashes or where something bad happens, it's like, oh, I'm just bailing out. And then the next thing in line says, oh, it didn't clean up 13 of these things. But that's not really a problem because there's some like timing or randomness of this. It just gives separate subservers. Yeah. So this is crashing. So does this crash 100% of the time over here too? Because it means it is not a specific garbage collector call that matters. It's just doing something with this string. Then again, before this, 150 times I'm calling into this function. So, I mean, I could comment this out and try that too. So, yeah, let's see. It crashed on the first try. I'm only going to wait for this one other try. If it crashes here, it's crashed like 8 times in a row. Yeah, so that's good enough. Okay, so it's crashing all the time. Now we're going to cut this out and try again. It was at a basically 100% repro rate. So did it go down to like 25 now, or is it still 100%? It crashed. Yeah. Yeah, so something about the print statement right before quitting is important. What? Yeah, what? Yeah, crashed. So we made it much more consistent now. Can't print, quit, and spam controller inputs at the same time. Yeah, I wonder if we can get rid of the yarn spinner thing now. Let's go try that. So I'm going to check this in for sure. This is like 100% repro right now. And all I did is cut out some code, but none of it really matters. This is very interesting. It got more interesting now. We shouldn't call this GC counts, but whatever. I'm going to just keep it that way. Oh, I even deleted the Gen 1 thing from there. It doesn't matter, though. Turbulation itself is bricked. If you factor out the function calls into separate variables, you're good. I think there are a lot of things intersecting is all I can keep saying. I don't know what's going on for sure, and I want to find out more. So remove some code. I changed how we... Wait, how did I change this? Didn't I change this in some like super basic way? It just prints here. It was already printing though. It's like 100% repro time now though. I guess because I changed the amount of time it waits for. I mean, this can be changed back to what it was. But this should still be 7. I think the print right before quitting may be important. The crash seems to repro 100% of the time now. At least over like 8 to 10 runs. All right, so the next thing I want to try out, and this is the big question here, can we get rid of the start dialogue call? Probably not. But if we can, then it means that Yarn Spinner is not actually to blame for any of this. Which, the reason that would surprise me is because it's the one call I could guarantee was needed before this. Oh, right. I can't do this way. We need to also change the stop dialogue from over here. There. I needed to be the victim. Hey, MK. I saw you joined on Discord. Welcome there. Yeah, it does not crash, and I think it will never crash. I should actually be able to like walk around over here, right? Oh, right. I deleted the speed that my character walks at, so it's like 1 pixel per second. I don't know if that impacts the repro, so I won't touch it the next couple times. But yeah, I still think Yarn Spinner is necessary. I think it's necessary because this was all about a C# script that was being referenced, and Yarn Spinner is the only thing that would do that. Yeah, I did not get to the bottom of it, and I tried. I also had Codex run in extra high thinking mode, or whatever it's called, and it burned through all 100% of my 5-hour quota and was like, I can't figure it out. Sorry. Because at some point I was just like, well, I've done everything I can. So if AI solves this for me, great. And it did not solve it for me. Yeah, some kind of hero's path from Breath of the Wild of what I've done here. All right, so Yarn Spinner is still necessary. Yeah, what would AI make of the current state of knowledge? Yeah, I kind of wondered too. If I was like, okay, look, I think this has to do with having my controller plugged in. Also, it seems like this print is necessary. Also, the architect's office. Oh yeah, I didn't test that out. What happens if I comment all this out now? Does it still happen? Remember, it was reproing like 100% of the time. And now this is my only changes here. I've commented out code that is never being used. Does this stop it from crashing? And it'll only be provable if we run the program. Like, does this still matter is what I'm trying to figure out. I still don't get why this would matter. Now it won't. Why is this important? Why do I need all of these very specific things? I need this code that never gets hit to be in the code base. I need my controller to be plugged in, spamming inputs. And I need it to print right before quitting with an interpolated string. This is like going to a restaurant and having a very, very specific order. Relaxing. Yeah, it doesn't crash now. It went from 100% down to 0%. I just don't get it. I don't understand why this has any impact. It's not like I'm not using rich text labels. They're showing up in the, well, I think they're showing up. Maybe there's just labels or something. Oh, thanks for the resub, Laxon. Happy almost 2 years. Yeah, it didn't crash at all. Now I put all this code back in. Again, this is never being referenced. None of this is ever being used. Ready is never hit. We can put a breakpoint there. Doesn't matter. This is never even added to the scene tree, but now it's going to crash. I have to get food. Yeah, it crashed. I am baffled. Absolutely baffled. We're going to delete more code. That's what we're going to do this afternoon. We're going to spend another like 3 hours on this. I don't care. We're devoting every minute of the rest of the stream, but I do need to get lunch because I can't think anymore. By the way, for anyone who did not see this, so take a look at this, right? We run this. My controller's plugged in right now. It's going to crash. It takes like, yeah, total of maybe 10 to 12 seconds from start to finish. And there's a crash. And now I unplug this. Well, actually, it's still probably connected through Bluetooth for a second there. And now it won't crash anymore. Yep, totally fine. So we can comment out some lines of a file, doesn't crash. We can unplug the controller, it doesn't crash. And we can probably remove the print at the end and it won't crash. Yeah, now I plug this back in. It's gotta be on. There we go. back to crashing. I don't even touch the controller, although it thinks that I'm touching the controller. I just can't make sense of this. Print some stats on number of objects, nodes, allocations would be helpful to correlate with your changes. That actually is something I haven't tried, which is looking at this underneath something like dot trace or dot memory. And maybe we see something interesting happen there. Yeah, maybe we try that in the afternoon. Maybe look at this under dot memory and see what allocations are happening. Probably lots of events and string names. All right, so why did changing this matter? What does the controller have to do this? What does the yarn spinner have to do this? Why do I need to wait 5+ seconds? Why do I need a print just before quitting? Like 5 pieces of this puzzle. I think we'll just keep printing more stuff. I'm going to get going for now. Thank you all for being here and joining me on this ludicrous journey. And I hope I have some closure for everybody in the afternoon. I'll be back in about an hour, maybe a tiny bit longer. But yeah, thank you all. See you.